Hello, 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 Test. No, Joe. Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. I'm not sure.
Hopefully it's not.
It's much. Testing 1, 2. That sounds much better. Thanks very much. So I'd like to call the April 17th, 2026 meeting of the Santa Fe County Planning Commission to order. May we get a roll call vote, please?
Present.
So I had to get back in.
Thank you very much. So now, please all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
This is as big as you can get this thing? What's this?
That's when they kicked me out before. So I
Who
went,
kicked it?
I apologize for the technical issues here. The first item on the agenda is the introduction of the new Planning Commission members. And so I'd ask staff to introduce the new members
So
and the
this
new
whole
members.
page-
that's everybody there, but we don't want to be. We want,
All
Excuse us, if we can take a time out, I just want to solve this over-talking issue. We good? Is everybody muted on Zoom? Please all mute yourselves on Zoom. We're getting a lot of feedback problems. Thank you. So, staff, do you want to introduce the new Planning Commission members? And if they would like to say a few words, they're happy to, but of course don't have to.
Sure. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Our two new commissioners with the temporary nameplates up there representing District 2, Jessica Griffin. She's a planner with the New Mexico Department of Transportation. And John Neunuebel, an at-large commissioner, a retired planner, has worked in several states around the West, including most recently with the city of Santa Fe.
Thanks very much. We welcome you with your experience in the field, so thanks very much. If you'd like to say something, great. If not, we can jump in. Okay, let's proceed. So the first item is approval of the agenda. May I get a motion for approval of the agenda? Staff, are there any changes?
Mr. Chair, there are no changes to the agenda.
Thank you. May I get a motion for approval? Thank you. We have a motion from Vice Chair Trujillo. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, the agenda is approved. The next item on the agenda is request approval of the March 19th Planning Commission minutes that were provided to us ahead of time. And may I get a motion for approval? we do it different ways. I have a number of suggested corrections, and I think they're all non-substantive and typographic, but I've been advised to read through these. On page 7 of the minutes, minus subdivision should be minor subdivision. On page 8, there's an quote, and add, end quote, that is extraneous and should be deleted. At page 9, there's another extraneous of commissioner that should be deleted. On page 14, there's a typo in the word typo. It's typed as type instead of typo, so please change type to typo. On page 15, add I enter to Mr. Chair, may I enter conditions to the record, which staff indicated. On page 18, change over hard to overhang. And page 21, delete present before presenting. So there was present presenting. So I'll provide these to the scribe for those corrections. And now may I have a motion for the minutes as including my suggested amendments.
I move to approve the minutes as amended.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruger. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Trujillo. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Minutes are approved from March 19th. The next item on the agenda is the consent. On the consent agenda is a single case, the final order for case number 25-5260. May I get a motion for approval of this final order?
Yep.
Thank you. Please speak into your microphone. May I get a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes. The next item on the agenda is case number 25-5180, the Globemallow Energy LLC Project 1, and case number 25-5190, Globemallow Energy LLC Project 2, Conditional Use Permit. I think, are we having some technical issues or are we good?
Good afternoon, Chair Bowe, Planning Commission members.
Thank you.
Dominic Cisneros, Santa Fe County Building and Development Services Supervisor. Today, I bring forward to you the Globemallow. Sorry, having some difficulties here. It's going on its own.
choose an app. Apologize for the new login on a PC. These are the traps we need to run these days. While we're sorting this out, commissioners, new commissioners, I wonder if you'd give us a little of your background to entertain folks while we're getting this up.
Well, I don't know that my background is that entertaining, but, and I can't juggle, so. I have been with the New Mexico Department of Transportation for almost 20 years now as the planning director, the planning division director. And prior to that, I was the planning director for the town of Silver City for like 4 or 5 years. So, yeah, so I've been in New Mexico almost 30 years, and that's
So,
about it.
so what kind of planning does NMDOT do?
Transportation planning.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a lot of federal transportation planning requirements that we're responsible for ensuring the DOT meet in order to obtain, or in order to get all the federal funds that come into the state. So that's what my area does. And then also we oversee a lot of different federal programs for pedestrian and bike facilities, and the trail system around Santa Fe was funded through a lot of the federal transportation dollars that pass through DOT.
Thanks. Apologize for putting you on the spot,
Oh, no,
but
it's okay. I'm
but
used to
having
it.
these people stare at us and we're staring at them is a little weird. Commissioner, I wonder if you could give a little bit of your background.
Yes, I'm actually in retirement mode right now, lucky me, but I previously had worked in the generally or primarily in the public sector, but also the private sector in planning and development related matters, both in New Mexico, where I worked for the city of Santa Fe, as well as the city of Albuquerque, as well as in Arizona and California. And I returned to New Mexico 5 years ago, where I was working for the city. 2 months after I began, we went into COVID, working from home, which I found difficult, and then I liked it, and then I found it difficult again. And at that point, I thought, well, it's time for me to retire. So during the times I've been in the public sector, I've often thought that serving on a commission would be very worthwhile. So I am very happy and honored to be here.
Well, thanks very much, and appreciate that you both have volunteered in this. Some of the cases are relatively straightforward to address, and some of them are a little bit more complex, but it does take a lot of time. If I recall, there were over 1,100 pages of materials to read, and so hope you are okay with jumping in on your first meeting to this case. So, any closer, guys? Commissioner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that y'all are here. If y'all hadn't been here, I don't think we'd have a quorum. So this is wonderful. Thank you.
Great. Okay, now let's stare awkwardly at each other for a while they work this out.
I don't know what it is. It's not doing it on my end. I don't know if it's just a setting on PowerPoint or what's going on.
Thanks all. I believe we're all set. We've resolved the issues, and so, Dominic, if you can be sworn and proceed, I think we're ready to go.
I do. 240 Grant Avenue, and I am under oath. Okay, let's try this again. Chair, Planning Commission members, Dominic Cisneros, Building and Development Supervisor. I do want to address, I did leave with you some additional supplemental letters of concern. The letters with the questions will be at your discretion if you feel that those are necessary or relevant to the case to be asked. We'll leave that up to you, Chair and Planning Commission members. I'm here to present the Globemallow Energy LLC Project 1, case number 255180, and Project 2, case number 255190, conditional use permit. Here we go. So before I get started, I feel it appropriate with two new Planning Commission members to talk about the entitlement process and the roles. County staff determines the completeness of the application and whether the project is compliant with the dimensional requirements and the criteria of the CUP according to the SLDC requirements. Additionally, staff works with third-party consultants to determine what specific conditions should apply to the project if approved. The hearing officer reviews staff's report and determines other facts pertinent to the case. They conduct quasi-judicial proceedings, presides over a public hearing, and makes a recommendation of approval or denial to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission reviews staff's report and determines additional facts pertinent to the case as necessary, conducts quasi-judicial proceedings, presides over a public hearing, and the PC meeting is informed by the hearing officer's recommendation, but is not bound by the hearing officer's conclusion. The Planning Commission makes final decision on a CUP application. Board of County Commissioners hears any appeal of a Planning Commission decision that is brought forward by an aggrieved party. Appeals of BCC decisions are heard in district court. policies and applicable regulations for solar projects in Santa Fe County. For this project, the New Mexico Community Solar Act was initiated. The state of New Mexico legislation signed into law April 5th, 2021. The solar rule adopted by the PRC on March 30, 2022. County of Santa Fe Ordinance 2022-05 adopted on July 13th, 2022 to make the SLDC compliant, added community solar definition, and made community solar permitted by right in all zoning districts. Amended definition of commercial solar to add battery storage and make definition consistent. County of Santa Fe Resolution 2022-054, adopted July 12th, 2022, expresses policy intent of BCC to support community solar in Santa Fe County, particularly on public land. Includes letter of support template for proposed projects that meet criteria identified in Exhibit to Resolution. County of Santa Fe Ordinance 2023-09, adopted December 13th, 2023, amends Santa Fe County Fire Code through adoption of NFPA 855 standards for stationary energy storage systems. The application timeline, I apologize, there's an error. This does say Rancho Viejo, but this is for Linea, the Globemallow project. And this is the application timeline for this project. The current application was submitted on September 2025. It was deemed complete by county staff in September 2025. Additional third-party review and studies completed, and application materials made available on dedicated county web pages, including public comments. Public participation. The applicants held a pre-application neighborhood meeting hosted by the applicant on January 9th, 2025. Public hearing in front of the hearing officer, Hartstein, held on March 12th, 2026. Santa Fe County Planning Commission, today, April 16th, 2026, will hear evidence, determine facts, and conduct public hearing, make a determination of compliance or non-compliance with SLDC requirements, CUP criteria, fire code, and if approved, project must comply with staff's conditions, all fire code requirements, and submit 100% construction drawings for development permits. The location of Project 1. Privately owned parcels zoned rural and agricultural ranch, approximately 1,936 acres. The access point is off of State Road NM41 and is addressed as 4234 NM41 in SDA 3, Commission District 3. The location for Project 2 is also privately owned parcels zoned agricultural ranching, approximately 960 acres. These parcels will be accessed through the internal access roads from Project 1, and these parcels are in SDA 3 and also Commission District 3. The application. Linea Energy LLC requests approval of 2 conditional use permit applications. Project 1, case number 255180, and Project 2, case number 255190, have been consolidated for hearing purposes only and are collectively referred to herein as the project. For ease of reference, and the application seeks approval to allow a commercial solar energy production facility with an associated battery energy storage system and a generation tie-in line approximately 900 to 1,000 feet in length. The application also includes a 12-month extension request of approval if granted. Appendix B, the use matrix of the Sustainable Land Development Code, Ordinance 2016-9. Hereafter, the SLDC allows commercial solar facilities as a conditional use within rural and agricultural ranch zoning districts. A CUP application may be subject to other special reports and assessments, SRAs, and conditions of approval. Required individual review of the proposed location, design, and configuration of the proposed project. Application materials. The applicant was required to submit several additional SRAs that are not usually required for a CUP application. The initial hazard mitigation assessment and emergency response plan are also available for public review at the CUP stage, although they will be further refined at the time of development permit if the CUP is approved by the Santa Fe County Planning Commission. All materials related to the application are available for public review on the county's website, www.santafecounty.nm.gov. Special reports and assessments. These are the reports and assessments that the applicant provided. Environmental impact report, adequate public facilities and service assessment, site threshold analysis, adequate resource inventory report, biological survey report, Class 3 cultural resources survey and report, and State Historic Preservation Office concurrent letters, visual impact assessment, noise technical report, vegetation management and noxious weed control plan, geotechnical investigation report, preliminary hazard mitigation analysis, first responder mitigation guidelines, a pre-incident plan, and decommissioning plan. Next are the SLDC standards that staff had reviewed, and the applicant provided comments for access. The project relies entirely on controlled access from NM41, with agency approval already secured. Internal circulation supports phase 2, and existing utility easements will not be impacted. Fire protection. The project demonstrates a comprehensive fire code, compliance, and proactive emergency planning, particularly for best safety, with comments to maintain compliance if design is changed. Landscaping and buffering. The project demonstrates, the project complies with required setbacks and increased separation where needed to better buffer nearby residential uses. Fences and walls. The project balances security and environmental considerations using wildlife-friendly fencing for solar areas while securing critical infrastructure with standard chain link enclosures. Lighting. Lighting is limited, directional, and compliant with county standards to protect dark skies and reduce off-site impacts. Signs. Signage is limited to identification and safety purposes with emphasis on hazard warnings and awareness and emergency access. Parking and loading. All parking and unloading are contained on site to avoid impacts to NM41. Operation generate minimal traffic with activity focused around the O&M, operations and maintenance building, and the BES system areas. Road design. The project relies on 2 controlled access points, an extension internal road system designed for durability and all-weather use without introducing new public roads. Utilities. The project leverages existing utility infrastructure with flexibility for temporary power sources during construction and maintenance. Water supply, wastewater, and water conservation. Water will be sourced from approved providers for construction use with long-term operation plans for an on-site supply. Wastewater system will meet all NMED standards and requirements, and conservation practices will be implemented throughout the project lifecycle. Energy efficiency. The project provides long-term renewable energy generation with a potential operational lifespan of up to 45 years. Open space. While not required to provide designated open space, the project incorporates preservation areas to support wildlife movement and maintenance open space characteristics. Protection of historic resources. The project includes thorough cultural resources evaluation and agency coordination. Site avoidance and buffering are incorporated into the design with protocols in place for any discoveries during construction. Terrain management. The project emphasizes erosion control and stormwater management through the BMPs and careful site design to minimize disturbance and protect water quality. Flood control. The project avoids high-risk flood areas with minimal necessary crossings. Design ensures no adverse impacts to the floodplain function. Solid waste. Waste management is handled through licensed providers with minimal long-term waste expected and full site cleanup planned at protected areas. Air quality and noise. Air quality. The air quality impacts are short-term and controlled through standard mitigation measures. Noise. Noise modeling shows compliance with mitigation silencers, and further analysis will confirm final equipment meets SLDC standards. What is the CUP criteria? A CUP is not approved if the proposed use will tend to cause detriment to health, safety, and general welfare of the area. Road congestion. A potential hazard for fire, panic, or other danger. Overcrowding land and cause undue concentration of population. Interference with adequate provisions for schools, parks, water, sewerage, transportation, or other public requirements, conveniences, or improvements. Interference with adequate light and air, or inconsistency with the purposes of the property zoning, classification, or in any other way inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the SLDC or SGMP. Detriment to health, safety, and general welfare of the area. Applicant states the project designed to protect public health and safety, complies with federal, state, and local regulations, incorporates NFPA standards, fire codes, OSHA, and stormwater regulations, construction impacts, minimized with mitigation, operational impacts reduced with modern technology, and fencing, signage, and restricted access for safety, as well as coordination with local fire departments for best safety. Staff has reviewed this criteria and responded with the project subject to applicable regulatory compliance requirements, construction impacts expected to be temporary and mitigated, safety measures including fencing, signage, and controlled access, coordination with fire department acknowledged, and staff finds that the project is not anticipated to be detrimental to health, safety, or general welfare, subject to compliance and conditions of approval. Road congestion. Applicant states 2 access driveways from NM 41, secondary access to be approved prior to construction. Site threshold analysis was completed. Construction traffic will be temporary for approximately 18 months. The peak will be up to 250 workers, 125 to 200 vehicles, and 18 deliveries a day. Traffic scheduled to avoid peak hours and operations, minimal staff, 12 daily, negligible to the traffic impact. Staff's response that the primary access approved, secondary pending NMDOT approval, construction traffic temporary and managed through scheduling, operational traffic minimal due to limited staffing, and staff finds that the project is not expected to create significant road congestion subject to access approval. A potential hazard for fire, panic, or other danger. The applicant states that designed to minimize fire and safety risk through code compliance, They adhere to IFC, NFPA, UL standards, and state county fire codes. Coordination with Santa Fe County Fire Department includes best safety design, access, and fire suppression measures, hazard mitigation analysis completed, and potential incidents expected to be rare and contained on site. Staff's response is that subject to compliance with applicable fire and safety regulations, coordination with fire department confirmed, safety measures including facility design, access, and suppression systems, potential hazards anticipated to be contained within the site. Staff finds the project is not expected to create a fire, panic, or safety hazard, subject to compliance and conditions. Overcrowding land and cause undue concentration of population. Applicant states that up to 250 workers during temporary construction, on-site parking provided, no NM41 congestion, operations with 12 personnel daily, large project area, approximately 2,986 acres, will support low density and not expected to conflict with rural agricultural character. Staff's response: construction workforce temporary and accommodated on site. Operational staffing minimal relative to site size. No long-term increase in population density. And staff finds that the project will not overcrowd land or concentrate population. Interference with adequate provisions for schools, parks, water, sewerage, transportation, or other public requirements, conveniences, or improvements. Applicant states no impacts to schools, parks, or transportation. Construction water from permitted bulk providers. Ready, willing, and able water supply confirmed. Additional water source available if needed. Operations water will be limited in use to maintenance and fire suppression. And pursuing conversation of existing well for a long-term supply. The wastewater via septic or holding tank with permits. Staff's response: no interference with public facilities or services identified. Construction water and sanitation adequately provided. Operational water demand will be minimal. Wastewater managed through permitted systems, and staff finds that the project will not impact public services or infrastructure. Interference with adequate light and air. The applicant states downcast lighting at access points and key facilities. Complies with SLDC Section 7.8 and Night Sky Ordinance. Temporary air impacts during construction, such as dust and equipment. Fugitive dust control plan to minimize emissions. Minimal operational emissions from vehicles and maintenance. And renewable energy offsets regional greenhouse gas emissions. Staff's response: lighting design consistent with county standards. Construction air impacts temporary and mitigated. Operational emissions are minimal. And staff finds that the project will not interfere with adequate light and air. Consistency with the purposes of the zoning classification or in any other way inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the SLDC or SGMP. Here you see a map from 7-1A, renewable energy, potential solar and wind, with an arrow pointed to the approximate location of the project near Stanley and White Lakes Road and NM41. And it is indicated as high potential. According to Section 7.2.2.2 of the SGMP, New Mexico gets approximately 6 full sun hours per day on average, almost everywhere in the state. This, coupled with gentle sloped terrain of Santa Fe County, coupled with the annual mean total sunshine hours of 3,400, creates an ideal setting for solar energy applications. Consistency with the purposes of the zoning classification or in any other way inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the SLDC or SGMP. The applicant states location in ag, ranch, and rural zoning districts. Districts support agricultural, rural, and compatible uses. Solar and power generation facilities are allowed with CUP as identified in the SLDC Appendix B. And the project aligns with permitted and conditional use framework. Staff's response is commercial solar is a conditional use in ag, ranch, and rural. Staff finds that it's consistent with the SLDC Appendix B requirements. The SGMP supports regional renewable energy development, and staff finds that the project is consistent with zoning and the intent of the SLDC and SGMP. Recommendation. Staff reviewed the application for conformance with SLDC design standards and found that it meets all of the applicable requirements of the code. Staff reviewed the proposed use and determined that it meets the criteria to be approved for a conditional use permit. Staff recommends that if approved by the Santa Fe County Planning Commission, the project be subject to the following conditions. Chair, may I enter these conditions into the record?
Yes, you may, Dominic.
Condition 1, compliance with all reviewing agency requirements, including all conditions imposed by Santa Fe County Fire Prevention before commissioning of the facility. Condition number 2 has a slight change from what you see in the staff memo. Condition number 2 states the additional drilling of wells for the use of these parcels is prohibited, except that one well may be drilled if approved by the state engineer for operations, which would be for potable water for the 5,000 gallon tank, fire suppression, which is a 60,000 gallon tank, maintenance and panel washing, and in the event that the contemplated conversion of an existing well is not feasible, well usage will not exceed 4 acre-feet per year. Condition number 3, permanent fencing will be required around all designated archaeological sites to delineate and preserve the integrity of these areas. This is to be indicated on the CUP site development plan prior to recordation. Condition 4, prior to the recordation of the CUP site development plan, all public access roads shall be permitted through Santa Fe County, built out and inspected, or a financial guarantee must be in place in lieu of such permitting and inspection. Condition number 5, the CUP site development plan showing the site layout and any other conditions that may be imposed through the approval process shall be recorded at the expense of the applicant in the office of the county clerk in accordance with SLDC Chapter 4, Section 4.9.6.8. Condition number 6, utilization of the 95-foot tall steel monopoles will be required to blend into the natural landscape and shall be non-reflective. Condition 7, a decommissioning bond, which may take into account salvage value, will be required prior to recordation of the CUP site development plan and must be in place for the life of the project. Condition 8, the applicant will be required to apply for all applicable development permits after the CUP recordation. Condition 9, prior to recordation of the CUP site development plan, the applicant will be required to review its access permit from NMDOT. Condition number 10, the applicant will need to provide a minimum of 1 accessible parking space as per Table 7-9. This accessible parking space must be indicated on the CUP site development plan. Condition 11, applicant shall obtain an approved liquid waste permit from NMED prior to the submittal for a development permit. Condition 12, the applicant is required to work in consultation with the approved flood zone authorities to address the requirements specified in Chapter 7, Section 7.18.9.1 of the SLDC for any steel monopoles located within a Zone A flood hazard area and submit the findings to staff for the record. Condition 13, construction activity to be limited to Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Any deviation from these construction hours will require 48 hours notice to Santa Fe County and neighboring property owners. And written approval from Santa Fe County will be required. Condition 4, prior to operation, the applicant shall request and pass all required inspections and obtain a Santa Fe County business license. Condition 15, Santa Fe County shall be reimbursed by the applicant for the third-party reviews conducted by NV5 and Glorieta Geoscience pertaining to this submittal prior to the recordation of the CUP site development plan. And condition 16, construction debris must be disposed of in a solid waste container and hauled off to an authorized landfill as needed for compliance with NMED regulations. Chair, Planning Commission, at this point, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I just want to verify that the only condition that has been entered into the record is a change in the wording for the on-site well. Is that correct?
That is correct. Condition number 2.
Got it. Thank you very much. Commissioners, does anyone have questions of staff? Commissioner Bruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So some of the comments that we've received in writing have to do with water, which is not surprising given the importance of that issue in the county and in that area. Just to preface my question, the environmental impact statement says that the project is located in the Estancia Basin Critical Management Area. And there's an item in the Sustainable Growth Management Plan that says that the county should coordinate with the Estancia Basin Water Planning Committee. My question is, has the county notified, if it exists still, the Estancia Basin Water Planning Committee or anybody that did the Estancia Basin Regional Water Plan 2016? Has anybody been contacted about this project?
Chair, Planning Commissioner Bruger, staff has not yet contacted the association. And Chair and Commissioner members, I do also just want to let you know, we do have representatives from Glorieta Geoscience here in person for any questions regarding the environmental impact report. And we also have our subject matter experts for the fire hazard mitigation and the BEST system from NV5 online.
Thank you. So Santa Fe County Utilities was requested to provide a ready, willing, and able letter to provide water service for this project, primarily construction water, and they declined. Do you know why that is?
Chair, Commission Member Bruger, I'm not entirely sure of why that was declined. I think it had to do primarily with distance, but the applicant would probably be able to speak a little bit better on that note.
And some of these are questions that I look forward to asking the applicant as well. The Entranosa Water Association did offer to provide water for the project. Do you know if the water is potable or reclaimed water?
I believe the water is potable. I'm not sure if it's reclaimed, but again, that'll be a question for the applicant for them to better answer.
I look forward to doing that. I wouldn't think, based on the comments that we received, that the folks that live in the area would be that happy about the use of potable water if it was taken from somewhere else in the basin, somewhere close by, to use for 67.4 acre feet of water for construction. I have many more questions, but I'll defer to other commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commission, Vice Chair Trujillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cisneros, for the presentation. I know in the earlier slides, if this was approved, I think I saw that, that there was a 12-month extension that would be applied to this as well. And so I'm trying to, is this because of the construction, and then the construction would take longer? If you could just elaborate on that a little bit.
So by code, by the SLDC, a conditional use permit expires in 24 months. With a prolonged process for the CUP application and other hurdles that the applicant may incur, they are requesting by code an additional 12 months to extend it to a total of 36 months. They still have to go, I believe, in front of the PRC, get other approvals as well and approvals from the state, and just to ensure that they don't expire their conditional use permit, and they may not need the entire 36 months, but they wanted to go ahead and request it just in case.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Cisneros, if it is passed here, that's already included in the submission then, as I understand it, the 12-month extension.
Well, it was part of the hearing officer's recommendation. In the SLDC, it states that the applicant may request from the Planning Commission an extension of 12 months. So the 12-month extension is a request as part of the application.
Okay. And Mr. Chair and Mr. Cisneros, in the earlier slide, you showed the New Mexico Community Solar Act. And so is this the premise that this solar farm will be built? I saw later on that there was something called commercial solar. And so is that the law that they're bringing this solar farm in front of us, in front of the county today? The New Mexico Community Solar Act?
So this application does not qualify as community solar.
Okay.
With the addition of the BESS and the size of the facility, it falls under the commercial solar. And so that is the conditional use that is allowed for that type of use per the SLDC in Appendix B.
Okay. And so, Mr. Chair, Mr. Cisneros, as you understand it, this process, they come to the county first before they even go to the PRC. Is that typically what takes place?
That is my understanding.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Cisneros, on the conditions of approval number 2, some of this land was being used for grazing of cattle, and so I would assume there's a well on it or a few wells on the property. Do you know how many wells are on the property?
I believe there's only one well on the property on the Project 1 site that is currently being used for livestock.
Okay. And Mr. Chair and Mr. Cisneros, it says that on that any additional wells, this is on the conditions of approval from the county, for the use of these parcels is prohibited except for one well may be drilled if approved by the state engineer. For the use of this operation and maintenance building in the event the contemplated conversion of existing well is not feasible. Who determines that the well is not feasible, the current well?
The state engineer's office.
Okay. And then I guess the other one was number 7, the decommissioning bond that has to stay in place for the life of the project. I think I read it was 35 years maybe is the life of the project, the intended life of the project. So this is decommissioning bond. Who determines this amount? Has this been determined? Where does that come from?
I do not believe that this amount has been determined. I am not entirely sure who determines this amount, but that's something that would be discussed and talked about prior to the recordation of the CUP site development plan.
Okay, and maybe this is a question for the applicant, but if it's in reference to this decommissioning bond, is in the scenario that fusion energy actually comes forward in the next decade, which possibly could with AI, and now the solar farm is not feasible any longer, how does this process play out? Does the county, do they have the right, or just market takes care of it, or how does this play out for this particular solar farm?
Well, Chair, Commission Member Trio, my understanding is that if the applicant or the owner of the property or facility at the time does not, proceed with the decommissioning of themselves, that decommissioning bond is then used by the county to go in and decommission the facility.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners of staff? Commissioner La Cruz Baca.
Just to follow up, Mr. Cisnero, with respect to condition approval number 2, and can you put it up on the screen, because I know there was a change, right, from the one that's on our screen here and stuff, But just a clarification that I had, because I think in this condition of approval and in the environmental report, and throughout the presentation, it does mention the 30,000 gallon tank for the fire suppression and the 5,000 gallon tank for potable water. But over here it does mention, I believe, a 60,000 gallon tank. So what's the reason, or why is that doubled compared to what?
So we initially, I think during the application process, the applicant knew of the 30,000 gallon fire suppression tank requirement, but the Santa Fe County Fire Department, Fire Prevention, did indicate that with previous projects, they had upped that to 60,000. And in their review letter, they also required the 60,000 gallon tank on this project as well.
Gotcha, thank you. And then with respect to the well scenario, as far as, so obviously what's being there for the condition approval is there's an existing well that's currently there that the state engineer will either decide and determine whether it can be used or not, correct? And if not, then they could potentially, they would be allowed to drill one additional well, right? Above and beyond that existing agricultural well. Is it an agricultural well, is that correct?
The current well, I believe, is a livestock well.
Livestock well, okay. And so then that new well, like it mentions here, there's a well usage not to exceed 4 acre-feet per year. Does that same 4 acre-feet per year scenario apply to the existing well as well?
That is a very good question, Chair and Commissioner Cruz Crawford. I might want to refer that question back to our subject matter expert, Boot Pierce from Gloria Geoscience. My initial thought is that the 4 acre-feet per year would be for all wells on site.
And similar to some of Commissioner Trujillo's questions, how was the 4 acre-feet per year amount, how was that determined, and how will that be monitored?
So that was determined through documents provided from the applicant for the existing well, and through the review from Gloria Geoscience that was also verified and confirmed.
And the monitoring portion of it, how would that be?
The monitoring, I believe, is going to be done by OSC. I mean, they'll be provided to have a meter, by SLDC standards, to have a meter as well and to report. Santa Fe County's current metering program is kind of just getting back up and running. But I think any regulation of that, until Santa Fe County can catch up, will be done by the OSC, the Office of the State Engineer.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Commissioner Neunuebel.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Trujillo did already address this 35-year initial period, and there are a maximum of 2 5-year extensions, so a total of 45 years. How was that time period arrived at? I'm just curious.
The 35-year time frame, I think, is a base that's set with the industry standard. Again, that's something that was indicated and brought to us by the applicant. The 2 5-year extensions, I believe, and again, Linea or Andrew Davidson with Linea Energy would probably be better to explain how that 2 5-year extensions work.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. And also, Mr. Chair, in regard to condition 13, expansion of designated construction hours, it doesn't mention who at the county should be contacted about that. I'm just curious on these conditions, and forgive my questions here, but without designating a particular office or person? Is that normally done, or is that understood? Who should be contacted at the county for expanding construction hours?
Yeah, it would be the Building and Development Services with the Growth Management Department. We can make that more clear and add language to that condition if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any additional questions? Commissioner Griffin.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Cisneros, I have two questions. One is, and I thought I saw it in here somewhere, sorry. Usually I talk loud enough. About any revegetation, reseeding, anything like that after the project to ensure that there isn't any erosion or dust creation or whatever from the installation of the solar panels?
Yes, the applicant had mentioned that they would be doing some revegetation to help with any type of erosion control and to keep, make sure that any, water, doesn't go off site and everything stays on site.
And thank you. Is that required by the county? Is that required as part of the development process and the permit and all that?
It's something that we look at in terrain as part of the design standards of the SLDC.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, Mr. Cisneros, my other question is about, and I saw somewhere in all the materials about hiring local workers as part of the construction process. Is there any requirement about that or any commitment to do that, to try to hire local people?
Chair, Commission Member Griffin, there's no requirement from Santa Fe County for them to source locally. Obviously, it's preferable to everyone within, the state of New Mexico and Santa Fe County that happens. But I think that the applicant is taking that upon themselves. So no, that is not a requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Any additional questions? Commissioner Bruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cisneros, one question and a comment. The question is, I'm sorry, it escapes me at the moment. Oh, okay. The last time we were here, considering a battery energy storage facility, there were many folks that lived fairly close to the project site, and they were very interested in expressing their opinions about the project. My question is, I don't need an exact answer, but we know that this area is much less populated. Do you have any idea how many residences there would be in a, choose the radius, but close by to the project site?
So Chair, Commissioner Bruger, I knew that question was going to be asked today. And I tried getting with our GPS manager to see how quickly he could create a map for me, but I didn't have enough time today. I think the applicant could probably give you more of an approximate, as they've been out on the site on Project 1, having open hours for any visitors or any neighboring properties that had questions. So I think he probably has a better idea of how many residential properties are nearby.
Okay, thank you. And I'll hold that question again for the applicant. Just one comment. Yeah, you said that Sustainable Growth Management Plan does support renewable energy development, and it screams it throughout the entire document. My suggestion is that maybe you would want to have some kind of a separate section in the Sustainable Land Development Code having to do with renewable energy, just so the code can better align with the plan. Because the way it is right now, we have those 7 criteria. And number 7 is that it is, proposed project is consistent with the purpose of the zoning districts in which they are in, agriculture, agricultural ranching. And the purpose of those zones in the code are to designate areas for agriculture, ranching, residential, and compatible uses. So to make the determination that you made, you would, might have looked at this as a compatible project. It'd be nice if there was more sync between the code and the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions of staff? Thank you so much. Now, applicant, I think it's the time to come up and give us a presentation. Thank you. Yeah, all of the folks from the firm who might be speaking, please come up, be sworn in, and then when it's your turn to speak, please restate that you have been sworn. So if you could individually give your names and address to Karen.
We have a few people on the line as well. Our author of our environmental impact report, our battery expert, and then some of our other consultants. So could they be sworn in at this time as well?
Yes. Do you want to do that simultaneously? Swear the folks on Zoom or after the in-person presentations? What would be your preference, Karen? Okay, let's have them all make sure their microphones work and cameras is ideal. So maybe the folks in the room, if you can give your names and mailing addresses. And go ahead.
Let me swear you in, then you can do that. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give will be the truth?
Conversation, but I think that it's important that we continue to talk about.
Not yet. If you could please mute on Zoom. Thank you. Do you want to do the Zoom people now? So folks on Zoom, when it's your turn to present, you'll be asked to sworn at that time. So please introduce yourself to us and go through the ropes.
Do I need? Hi, my name is Andrew Davidson, 311 California Street, Suite 450, 92104, San Francisco. Or, sorry, 94104.
And please confirm that you have been sworn. You're
Confirmed, and I am under oath. Right. Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Davidson. I'm a senior associate with Linea Energy, and I'm presenting today on behalf of Globemallow Energy LLC. Thank you, Chairman Neunuebel and commissioners for taking the time to speak with us today, as well as planning staff for guiding us through this process and the county fire department. We are here seeking a conditional use permit for the approval of the Globemallow Energy Project. This is a solar and energy storage project located in southeastern Santa Fe County. I'll give introductions to our team in a moment. Just for agenda, so we are going to go through the basis for today's hearing, an overview of Linea Energy, Linea Energy's relationship to Globemallow Energy, and then a full overview of our application. And then we also are going to do a battery overview, and then finally walk through why we view that we are in compliance with the conditional use approval criteria. So I'll just introduce everyone. For the overview of our team, we have 4 members from Linea Energy. Brad Wilson, who's our Senior Director of Development. Jeff Weber is our Director of Engineering on the line. James Trujillo, who's our Senior Project Execution Manager. And then we also have our subject matter experts, Jennifer Loeffler, who's the Director of Natural Resources for Energy Renewal Partners. She prepared our environmental impact report. We have Jensen Hughes here today, David Tomachek, who's a senior fire protection engineer. They prepared our hazard mitigation analysis and our emergency response plan. And then we have a variety of subject matter experts from Westwood who performed a lot of our application materials. And then from Holland & Hart, Jordan Bunch, who's a partner with the firm. So just for a basis of today's hearing, we're here seeking a conditional use permit and review and approval for the Globemallow Energy Project. For Santa Fe County's SLDC Chapter 4, given where the project is located on the use matrix, we are required to seek a conditional use permit. Our project is advanced through the county CUP process. Technical advisory committee was done on August 1st. We originally submitted our application in April of 2025, but then had to revise some items, and so that was deemed complete in September of 2025. We had our hearing officer meeting in March 12th of 2026, and here today for Planning Commission. We believe that our project meets the criteria for CUP approval and is consistent with the zoning requirements where the project is cited, and demonstrates complies with approval criteria of SLDC 4.9.6.5. This project also supports county policy initiatives for sustainable growth, renewable energy, and local economic development, and state policy initiatives for renewable energy deployment. And I'll walk through that next. Some of these were covered in Dominic's presentation, but just want to recap that there are a number of policies and goals and strategies within the Sustainable Growth Management Plan that really encourage renewable energy development within the county. Our project also sits within the highest area of solar potential within the county. On a New Mexico side of things, it supports policy initiatives and load growth across the state. I'm sure you're familiar, there's the New Mexico Renewable Energy Act, and so that first set the standard for 20% carbon-free electricity by 2020, and that was further upsized by the New Mexico Energy Transition Act of 2019. And that makes it so that 100% carbon-free electricity is required by 2045. In addition, there's been some additional bills. New Mexico Senate Bill 170 included energy storage in the definition of economic development, and the PRC also in their IRP rules was calling for additions of renewals. In addition, PNM, who is the utility we're connecting to, has really increased their load growth, and they will be required to meet the requirements of having renewable resources added to their system and their how they produce energy. Right now, they're retiring a lot of coal, natural gas, and so this project serves as a replacement that not only serves as a replacement for those resources, but as you can see, and the orange line on that slide shows the 2023 IRP expected load growth, and the 2026 is in the blue. And so data center expansion, manufacturing has really increased the need for renewable energy. So just to give a background on who we are, Linea Energy is a renewable energy independent power producer. So we'll own and operate the site. We've been developing it since we acquired it in May of 2024. Our company was founded in 2022. We're based out of San Francisco, and we develop wind, solar, and storage projects across the country. We have 23 projects currently in our pipeline in 11 states, and then we also have 41 active full-time employees. And then InCap Investments is our main backer. They're a private equity fund that focuses on energy, and they are based out of Houston, Texas. So this is a US-owned company that's based domestically. Just to give an overview, our company is young, and so we haven't constructed a lot of projects, but we do currently have a project that is operational and we constructed, which is on the photos on the left. That is our Pineview project that is in Wilcox County, Georgia. In addition, our executive team and just members of our team have a wealth of experience in building renewable energy projects, which are outlined on the right. And this is our company. We're 41 employees. We're pretty small. This is us at a Habitat for Humanity's event pretty recently. So now I saw this kind of brought up during the previous hearing that was similar to ours, and so I want to address how these project companies work. So the applicant here today is Globemallow Energy LLC. That is a project level entity owned by Linea Energy LLC, and it specifically created to hold development assets for the project. And so the structure of our company is pretty straightforward. InCap is the energy transition fund that Linea Energy sits within. Linea Energy is below that as a operating entity, and then Globemallow Energy is the project company. And then when we acquired this project, there's two interconnection positions related with it, as well as 2 distinct renewal or land contracts. And so those were broken down into sub LLCs, which has been absorbed by Globemallow Energy LLC. So for our project, it's a 2-phase solar project. The reason that it's in 2 phases is kind of what I just talked about. There was 2 interconnection applications when we acquired this project back in May of 2024, and there's 2 distinct landowners. So there's 2, under this, it was probably best for us to permit this under 2 phases, but in total, we're expecting that these phases will mobilize at the same time. For phase 1, that sits on one of the landowner's properties, it's 199 megawatts of solar with 199 megawatts of storage. It's connecting to the Diamond-Tail Klein's Corner Circuit 1, which is a 345 kV transmission line, and it's 1,932 acres. That's really the whole project boundary. Doesn't encompass that much. We're targeting construction start for November of 2027 with commercial operation by May of 2029. And then just for phase 2, the difference is that's 150 megawatts of solar and 150 megawatts of battery energy storage. It's connecting to the same line. The project footprint would be 960 acres, and the construction start date and operations would remain the same. And then on the right, we have some of photos from our project site. And so just to give like a high-level overview of how these projects function, it functions in 3 stages. So solar panels generate clean electricity during daylight hours. Batteries store excess power for solar power for later use, and that stored energy is delivered to PNM's grid and can serve homes and businesses. And then batteries can also charge off the grid and discharge to support reliability. So for location, this is covered in the staff's presentation, but the site is in southeastern Santa Fe County. We're directly east of New Mexico Highway 41, and we're about 2.4 miles northeast of Stanley. And so that purple line that's running through the site that we're showing is the transmission line, and you can see proximity to other areas, about 15 miles north of Moriarty. And so here is the project site with aerial imagery. And so this project is really it's flat rangeland with pretty sparse vegetation. It's really well suited for solar development. It has really low topography, and the land is historically and has currently been used for ranching, but it has also historically been used for that purpose. And has direct proximity to the transmission line, so there will be no outside gen tie lines that go outside of the project boundary. Everything will remain on site. Some more photos of our project out there. And so just want to reference, this is brought up, and so for zoning, so this is considered for agricultural/ranching land as well as rural land. We view that we can be reviewed under 2 separate use cases. One is the commercial solar energy production facility, but as well as we could, it's conditional use approval under gas or electric power generation facility as well. There's no rural fringe land, so it's just agricultural/ranching, and then rural, you can't really see, but there are Cs under the rule for conditional. And so here, just want to give another high-level overview. This is our project site plan. The area in blue is the panels, and so they all sit really to the east of a Zone A flood area. And so we've left that will just be panels as well as cabling, inverters. And then after talking, originally the substations are actually in the center of the site, but after talking, and the batteries as well, but after talking with county planning staff and the fire department, we took all of the energy infrastructure. So both phase 2 and phase 1's energy infrastructure is right next to the road over on the left. And so that allows for faster response times if necessary, as well as just kind of separating it from homes in the area, as well as just separating it so it's really just easy to access. And then so the black dotted line around shows our fencing. There'll be 6-foot fixed knot deer buster fence. And then if there's more kind of questions on design. We have a 30% design that we submitted with the application. And I think just in total, the total developed area is approximately 1,991 acres. So out of the 2,892 acres, we're leaving the rest of that unfenced. So that area on the left where there are no, it's just showing the aerial imagery that will remain unfenced, as well as that area in the northeast part of it. Okay, so at a high level, these projects are pretty simple, and just want to break down into a few features of what these projects are. So they'll consist of solar panels with steel racking, and then the access roads. There'll be inverter stations throughout the project site, perimeter fencing, and then there'll also be more security fencing around the utility substation, as well as the battery stations. And then the utility substation, as well as our collector substations. In addition, there'll be an operation and maintenance building, and then the BES yard. And this excludes, there will be underground cabling, as well as the 60,000-gallon water tanks, and a few just other small items. And so I want to hand it off to Brad Wilson for a sec.
Good afternoon. I'm Brad Wilson with Linea Energy at 311 California Street, Suite 450, San Francisco, California, 94104. I am under oath. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the time. I wanted to speak quickly. We've talked about what this project does, what it generates as far as energy, and what it can perform as far as energy storage. But who would those resources serve? And just to speak briefly, Andrew's already described that this project will physically interconnect to the electric transmission system on a high voltage line owned and operated by P&M. Although the physical site itself sits within the electric service territory of one of the co-ops. But the energy and storage resources would be injected onto P&M's line, and generally, these resources could be used to serve and deliver to anyone that takes delivery of service over P&M's transmission system. Of those entities, P&M itself is by far and away the largest possible counterparty, but not the only one. And so really, anyone that takes power over P&M's transmission system could take partial or full service from this project. The line itself is an interesting line. It was purpose-built fairly recently, specifically with the purpose to bring in low-cost renewable resources from eastern New Mexico into and serve the large Albuquerque and Santa Fe load centers with that low-cost energy. So it is purpose-built for this type of use. The solar generation component of the project would fully align with that. And the energy storage capabilities here would be very helpful in P&M being able to manage, or any other transmission operator that can use this infrastructure to manage those low-cost renewable energy resources further to the east. Let me make sure I want to cover everything here, but not take too much time. P&M is obviously the largest load-serving entity in New Mexico. They operate this transmission system, but to close it out, there are other owners of network rights on P&M, like Facebook has a large data center south of Albuquerque, for example, and there are a number of other commercial entities like that also use P&M's transmission line system for service. So that's in a nutshell who this power could serve once it's operational. Thank you.
So now I just want to walk through the proposed project timeline. So as I mentioned, we acquired this in May of 2024, but prior to that, there was interconnection applications submitted to P&M. They also signed the land agreements and then really did some of the early environmental work that was required for the project. When we took over in May of 2024, we really made an effort to understand the permitting process as well as what would be required for that permitting, and that's really where we stepped in and did the full suite of materials that we'll give an overview later on that was required for the conditional use permit application. In 2025, we submitted that application to the county. We had some further surveys, and then the third-party reviews took place with the county. And then 2026, those reviews were complete, and we're, really for this year, it's working through the final parts of the CUP process, as well as starting to understand what would be required for the project and working towards those building permits. And so for 2027, we'll start to place larger equipment orders, get those building permits, as well as, work through that process. And then from construction would begin in November of 2027 and last until 2029. And so, the project is operational. A useful life for these is typically around 40 years, but that doesn't always mean that they'll last, 40 years is it. During that time, we'll continue to evaluate how the project is producing and if there's still a desire from our off-takers to want to source that power. And so eventually the facility will be decommissioned, which is outlined in our decommissioning plan that we provided, and site would be restored and be available for further use. And so just a brief overview of construction. So, overview is mobilization and site preparation. We'd go through to the equipment deliveries, and then the substation and BES yard would be completed. And then from there would be testing, commissioning, and then cleanup and demobilization and construction crews. And then some of the stuff will continue to work with the Santa Fe County Fire Department as well as other departments of Santa Fe County, and make sure that we're up to code compliance and meet the conditions required for the building permits, as well as do pre-construction surveys that relate to environmental matters, and then put in stormwater management plans, dust control schemes, and really everything that goes into construction of one of these projects. And have some photos on the right from some of our projects that have been constructed. And so for operation, estimated 40-year useful life, but we'll continue to evaluate that, and the goal is for this project to continue producing long after that. For operational characteristics, it's low impact operation, low traffic, there's zero emissions, no solid waste, low impact on public services. We'd have a code compliant noise profile. We have a vegetation management plan to make sure that that is monitored and kept up to standards throughout the process. Low groundwater usage, low water usage in general during operations and maintenance, and permanent local O&M jobs. And we, as talked about, for local, we are definitely looking to hire locally, and we'll encourage that. We do not develop these projects ourselves, and so we utilize a subcontractor, but would work with them to see if there's local labor that could be hired for construction, as well as looking at training programs for operation and maintenance. And so for decommissioning, under the county requirements, this would be required to be decommissioned at the end of the useful life. We will post the financial guarantee with the county, and there is an estimate within our decommissioning plan of that financial guarantee and how that's calculated. We will comply with the decommissioning requirements. In addition, recycling is getting better and better every day, and so we'll utilize recycling best management practices for our materials that are involved in the project, and remove to partial depth of subsurface material that is on the site, and then regrade and revegetate for areas of soil disturbance. Those activities would take place over a period of about 18 months. Here's an overview of our deliverables that were submitted with our conditional use permit application. And so all these are available for review, but we view this as a pretty comprehensive suite of deliverables, and are continuing to take in the recommendations from NV5 as well as Gloria at our geoscience and update our deliverables that were, we received comments on. And so our environment, we can speak on that and have the individuals on the line. And so we'll hand it off to Brad about water.
Excuse me. I wonder if it makes sense to ask some questions now and break it up a little bit, because different folks are, if that's okay with the commission. I have a couple of questions. If you could roll back to the diagram with the BB2 line. Yeah. That one.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, that's
I
great.
went way past it. Is it the one, this one?
What, that one? Yeah, so I have a couple questions. So just about the project itself, is this a project that has bid into Public Service Company of New Mexico's 28 to 32 all-source RFP?
Yes,
Great. And so have you been shortlisted?
the project was shortlisted.
So you're shortlisted. My understanding is that, that the utility will provide that information to the PRC next weekish, very soon. And then I just want to make sure that I'm tracking with what your understanding is. The PNM has assessed all of the projects. They've shortlisted this. If they are able to come to terms with you all, then they propose that as a package of improvements that the Public Regulation Commission approves of or disapproves of after review by an independent monitor. And so in that process, you would, if that process goes through, this is approved, this is selected, this is approved by the PRC, construction starts, you cut a ribbon, then the operation, you are responsible for making sure everything works, but you would have a power purchase arrangement and an energy storage agreement with PNM, and they would pull the levers as to when they want to charge, when they want to discharge. Is that my understanding? Is that accurate?
I think that's generally accurate. Under that sort of arrangement, you can think about PNM as the customer of the project. And for projects with energy storage, it's often set up exactly as you described. The utility customer is going to send dispatch signals to our energy storage system so that it charges and discharges energy in a way that is cost efficient for the utility to serve its ratepayers.
So as contemplated, this project is not anticipated to say, I want to buy transmission rights and sell all the power to California.
I can say with confidence that that is currently not our commercial thesis for this project.
And since PNM has that kind of operational control, unless something significantly changes, I don't think that could be, could it? Or
I probably, we're getting about the edge of what I could speak to. Once,
okay.
Let's say the offtake counterparty is PNM. Once it passes through the meter, it's their energy, and
yeah, and PNM may trade it on a market. They might say, hey, we have too much solar, and we can sell it and save ratepayers money, or whatever. But that's not really the purpose of your operations. Your operation is to make sure the racks work, the battery system works, everything's safe and secure. I just want to get that laid out because we've had a number of comments from the public that kind of have different impressions of what happens.
Understood, and I think you're describing it accurately.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. And if there are questions from the commissions for the parts of the presentation we've heard till now, please ask them.
Sure.
Vice Chair.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the presentation thus far. Back on what Mr. Chairman was just asking as far as the, you mentioned that you were shortlisted as far as an interconnectional agreement, but on the application here, it states, the applicant states, quote, the project has obtained 2 large generation interconnection agreements with PNM for this grid connection, which totals 349 megawatts. What's the difference? Here you're stating that you have it, and then what's the difference between being shortlisted?
Certainly. Thank you for the question, and I can help clarify. There are 2 different types of agreements in play here. And I think the language you're referring to talks about our interconnection agreement with PNM. And so think about this as like our access to the grid, permission from PNM to physically connect to their grid and put resources onto their grid. But an interconnection is not an agreement to buy those resources. So there's 2 agreements in play. Your interconnection agreement gets you onto the grid. Then you need to go find a counterparty to buy your resources. So there's an interconnection agreement and a power purchase agreement.
So then back to Mr. Chairman's question, is there a potential that PNM chooses not to? You can interconnect, but they don't actually buy the power from you and it goes somewhere else?
That's absolutely a possibility.
Okay. And One of the other questions I have is, Mr. Chair, is this obviously a very expensive project, and is this going to qualify for the 30 or 40% federal tax subsidies and the 10% state subsidies here?
Yeah, great question. Under certain conditions, yes, but as sounds like you're familiar with those. Those tax benefits are sunsetting in a few years from now, and so depending on the project's construction schedule, it could qualify for those credits, but those credits aren't going to be around forever and are going away, currently scheduled to go away in the future.
Now, Mr. Chairman, is this project based that is the investor here vested in this project enough that if he doesn't get these, or whatever entity it is gets these tax credits, that they're going to build this system?
It can be built with or without the tax credits. Think about someone manufacturing some sort of good. They have a cost to manufacture that good, and then the price that they're going to sell that good for is based on their cost. You can think about a project like this the very same way. If the price is right, you can build and operate this project without tax credits. If you have the tax credits, that price could be lower.
And Mr. Chair, and I forget, I'm sorry, what, your name?
Brad.
Brad?
Yes.
Brad, so obviously this company here, although you're doing this through a subsidiary here, Globemallow is like the third party down as an LLC. So typically you guys have entered into cost sharing agreements with other utilities across the nation. What type of rate per kilowatt hour do you supply battery storage energy to these other grids?
That will highly depend on the location. Every project is quite unique, and there is a wide range of what a project might be sold for.
Would you mind just stating that range?
I'm probably going to reserve comment respectfully. I think the price details of our commercial models and arrangements are going to be proprietary, and I need to keep that confidential for now. But I do appreciate the question.
Okay.
And I understand until they are put in a docket to the Public Regulation Commission, is that our pricing? I think pricing is important to the PRC, so I think that's when that becomes public. When it's no longer a conceptual project, it's more a project with agreement. That's my understanding.
That's exactly right. If P&M ends up being a counterparty for this project, P&M would have to seek PRC approval of that purchase agreement, and those pricing details would be made public.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, the only reason why I asked that question is for the SDLC code is for public welfare, and so we're a body that determines public welfare as well beyond the PRC. So that's what I'm trying to understand. If the cost per kilowatt hour is twice of what we're currently customers are paying, that's in the best interest, in my opinion, of the public. Is the intent to go out to the county for IRB bonds for the remaining or any cost of this project?
I think we're open to discussions about that, but today we're laser focused on the CUP.
Okay.
I have an additional question.
Yeah. And then, Mr. Chair, if it's on that subject, you can...
Please.
Oh, and so in our packet of information, I heard Mr. Davidson speak about the decommissioning plan. Is it in our packet of information here? Is that something that's been shared with us?
Yeah.
It is? Okay.
Red cover.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. I didn't notice it. And so in there, is there values put on that, or how does that actually work?
Right. So there's no value required for the draft plan at this stage, and there's actually some language in the county code that speaks to this, and it's at kind of the development plan or building permit stage where a third-party licensed engineer must be retained to take a look at the final construction design of the project and come up with a stamped estimate of the cost to decommission, and that is what is shared with the county at that time. The same language also requires that estimate to be revisited periodically throughout the operational life of the project. I believe it's every 5 years.
And one last question, because I don't want to take up the whole, but in any literature I find with, the Holy Grail is energy storage. We can harness it, we can capture it, but can we can we store it effectively and efficiently? And with commercial lithium solar batteries, they degrade about 70 to 80% within 10 years. So this means a lot of replacements of these batteries. How does this process work, and where does this go, and what's the cost of doing? I mean, I guess I shouldn't worry about the cost, it's your worry, but how does this process work with?
Yeah, you're right on, and it sounds like you're familiar that current lithium-ion storage cell technology does degrade over time as it's used and cycled, and that is accounted for in our plans to construct and operate the project. There's a couple different strategies that are used. One is to overbuild the project on day one, so you've got headroom for that capacity, that day one capacity to degrade without immediately dropping you below your nameplate capacity on day one. So there's some overbuild on day one, and that's accounted for in the size of the battery yard that we've proposed here. But you also mentioned augmentations later in the project's life, where additional battery containers are brought in to help offset that degradation over time. That is also accounted for in the size of the BESS yard that we've proposed here, where locations would be prepared for additional battery projects to come in and augment the size of the facility as degradation has occurred 10, 15 years down the road.
Okay, and so just so I understand this, it's 10 years from now or 15 years from now, and the batteries, you need to replace them. Do they go look for the county for the current, where do they go? Where's there a repository or a recycling, or is it now the county's issue that it has to be taken care of at their recycling center?
Understood. I think like anyone who operates, a commercial facility that has, waste product of any kind that needs to be replaced or recycled, certainly not the county's issue. It's our project. We're the operator. We're the owner. It's our issue. And as you mentioned, I think in your first statement of the question, it's a newer technology, and there are not a lot of these yet that have reached that point where the cells have degraded to the point where they need to be recycled. And I would say that is going to be an emerging industry as these installations get older and start to have that need. Today, you see, I think the biggest analog you can point to is the same sort of cell technology in earlier electric vehicles. And while the facilities probably aren't identical, I would expect the handling of those materials to be done in much the same way.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'll
Thank you. One more, and so you've referred to PNM as a counterparty, a possible counterparty. If for some reason a deal does not work with the current PNM request for proposals process, do you have transmission rights beyond Diamond Tail as a fallback?
Yeah, it's a nuanced question.
This is our second rodeo, so.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, PNM is mandated by FERC to operate under something called an open access transmission tariff. Counterparties that request transmission access to PNM must be granted, after certain procedures have been followed. I can say, today that the commercial thesis is not based upon long-term point-to-point transmission rights, but it's certainly an option the project has at its disposal.
Right. I don't believe there are. I don't believe there is existing capacity in the PNM system. I know their OAT process, but I don't believe there's existing. That's great. That's it. Commissioners, sorry, we've been monopolizing. Commissioner Bruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have many questions, but I'll wait till the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners this time? No? Okay, well, please continue, and sorry for the interruption, but
no, that's great.
Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. And I'm going to take the next three as well, so you get to hear from me just a little bit more. And I think the next three slides are timely given the questions earlier about water. And these might not address all of your questions, so looking forward to chatting about you with this further. but wanted to speak a little bit more to project site water usage. As mentioned earlier, the project is sited within the Estancia Basin kind of critical groundwater resource area. This is a large area that covers approximately 2,000 square miles. Most of it sits within Torrance County, but there is a portion that sits within southern Santa Fe County. This is an area where groundwater resources are limited and are carefully managed by stakeholders. I think Estancia Basin Committee was mentioned earlier, and the New Mexico State Engineer's Office, which is really the entity at the state level that controls contract water rights. I think that's an important concept to understand at its most basic level. There are some uses for a piece of land that do not require the state engineer's office to grant or transfer water rights. I think residences, for example, are allowed a certain amount of water usage every year without having to have water rights in hand to do so. A lot of other uses do require contract water rights. And in the Estancia Basin, there are only a finite amount of these water rights. New water rights will not be created. And the water rights that exist today represent the amount of water that could be pulled from the Estancia Basin in a given year. Those water rights are a fixed resource, and they can be traded and bought and sold and transferred as long as those water rights stay within the Estancia Basin. You can't buy water rights, I want 10 acre-feet of water rights from some other water basin and bring them in and use them on my property in the Estancia Basin. So it's a fixed pool of water rights that is not going to grow. We, from day one, have been plugged in and aware that the location of this project in the Estancia Basin means water is a crucial, important resource, and we need to pay close attention and make sure we are planning the project with that in mind. And the application materials we've submitted, I believe, demonstrate that. Responsible stewardship of water as a resource is a very, very high, important priority for Linea. And like most land uses contemplated by the SLDC, though, the project does require some water usage. I say some, and I've got my third slide kind of tries to put that amount of water we're proposing into context. Generally, there are going to be 2 periods of water usage, which I'll detail on the next slide. Water used during construction and water used during operation. Try to get through this fairly quickly. Construction water usage, primarily, the big amount of construction water usage is going to be for dust control during construction. There are requirements from the county as well as the state that dust must be managed during construction. You do not want to create a dust hazard for neighboring properties or the region. By far, that is the biggest use of water during construction. Now, there was a number mentioned earlier, and Commissioner Berger, I think it may have been you, and it is in one of our reports, a number of 67.4 acre-feet of water. But I think it's important to break down quickly what that figure actually represents, because water usage for construction is really impossible to predict with total accuracy before construction has happened. And the reason for that is the needs of water for dust control will vary greatly from one day to the next. If you have gotten rain recently, you're not going to need construction water for dust control for several days. If you are not doing work where you're driving on your gravel access roads or on bare open dirt, you are not going to need construction water for dust control that day. And so with the inability to predict weather patterns and the day-to-day construction schedules over an 18-month period, we cannot give you a rock-solid amount. What we have done, though, we can say with high confidence that on one given day, the maximum amount of water we would expect to use on a very, very high needs day is approximately 40,000 gallons, which represents 10 4,000-gallon water trucks to the site that day. That's a day that you're going to max out. That's the most amount per day we would expect to use. And so what we've done to be extremely conservative is we say, okay, in the absolutely impossibly unrealistic scenario where you are using your max daily usage every single day for 18 months straight, that brings you to 67.4 acre feet. And I want to be very clear, it won't be anything close to that because there is no way that there is going to be the max possible usage every single day. But we wanted to put that number out there to represent an extremely conservative, higher max number that we could put in the report for people to review. And then, as mentioned earlier, the primary source for this water, because there is not water service to the site, would be trucked in water. We've mentioned that we have a ready, willing, and able letter from the Estrenosa Water Association, which is a member-owned water cooperative located in the Estancia Basin. And it's important to acknowledge that Estrenosa, they own a certain amount of water rights. That they have permission to pull that much water every year out of the aquifer. And although they're a nonprofit, so maybe I'd be careful about using this, but essentially their business is to monetize that water. And they have been granted permission from the state engineer to do so with a certain amount of water per year. And I would say, because that's their quote-unquote business, they are looking to monetize the water rights they have. And if it's not for our project, they're going to go find someone else. Whether or not our project moves ahead, that's not going to have an impact on how much water Estrenosa or someone else like them is pulling out of the ground every year. Operations and maintenance water usage is quite different. I apologize, there's a typo here. We are estimating up to 4 acre feet per year for the operations and maintenance of the facility. We have an O&M building that's going to need plumbing. We have water tanks for potable water and fire control water that need to be filled or potentially refilled, and general site maintenance needs like vegetation management, panel washing, which is not expected often, but could be needed periodically. And we estimate that 4 acre feet per year might be the maximum amount needed. And to be clear, we would have to go out and secure commercial water rights approved by the state engineer's office to use this amount of water. And that is our operational plan to do so. And I think in the next slide, we would just try to put this all into context in terms of how much water we're talking about. We're talking about gallons, we're talking about acre feet. What does that actually mean? So let's talk about the operational water usage first. 4 acre feet per year. So on the left is a standard single-family residence. And an average one of these in New Mexico, in this area of New Mexico, that self-supplies. They're not served by municipal utilities. They have a well. They get their own water off the ground. Uses on average about 0.1 acre feet per year. We're talking about 4 acre feet per year. And I think the math here is not correct. I mean, that's going to be, I apologize for the typo, but we're talking about 30 to 40 residences per year. That's the amount of water we're talking about for operating this 349 megawatt solar and battery facility. So trying to put that into context. In terms of the construction water we've been talking about an absolute theoretical max value of 67, 68 acre feet per year. The image on the right is an aerial view of a number of agricultural irrigation pivots located between Moriarty and Stanley. I am not here to talk negatively about agricultural water use. I'm a huge supporter of agriculture and ranching, not only in New Mexico, but in my home state of Iowa. This is extremely important to the region, but just to put it into context, all right? Theoretical max construction usage of our project, 68 acre feet per year. A single one of these irrigation pivots covering 125 acres on the low end probably uses 125 acre feet per year for one of these, and that's per year. We're talking about 68 acre feet over 18 months, and then that's done. So hopefully, my intent was to try to help contextualize what the amounts of water we're talking about really mean.
And so just want to round out this section with community engagement. And so we hosted our pre-application meeting back in January of 2025 and invited the residences that were surrounding the property within 1,000 feet of the project boundary. Approximately 18 individuals attended this meeting. Subsequently, just really given what we were seeing within the Rancho Viejo project, I really want to make sure that we are having office hours. And so was sending out invitations for office hours and holding them at the Edgewood Community Library, and so did 3 office hours in August of 2025, September of 2025, and December of 2025 to answer questions. And then in addition, we've been engaged with community interest groups, and I've really tried to make myself available, make sure that any of my materials that are going out have my cell phone number, as well as just, there's been information in the paper, and really anyone that's reached out to me that I try to engage with them and really try to make sure that I understand their questions surrounding the project. And then lastly, we also met with members of Future Farmers of America, and this was a while back and definitely need to revisit that conversation. But I think as the project and we have more certainty that's being built, looking for more community engagement opportunities in the Stanley area, as well as down in the Edgewood and Moriarty area. And Future Farmers of America said they're definitely open to collaborating and developing some type of plan that we can contribute to. And just continuing to be open to seeking additional opportunities to engage with the broader Stanley community. And here's a photo of our community meeting. So we're gonna have a full another section. It's about 10 slides on battery storage, and then the final part is us walking through the CUP criteria. So I was gonna pass it off to someone that's on the line.
Thanks. And before we do that, I have a request for a break for a few minutes. And so if we can, I have 6:07. If we can plan to return at 6:20, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks very much for allowing us to break. While away from the dais here, folks, I got some feedback that folks would be interested in making public comment. Unfortunately, we really need to allow the presentation to be completed before we do that. So the next session, if Andrew, if you could proceed, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce one of our team members who will be presenting this section, Jeff Weber, and get him sworn in. He will be presenting virtually, and so.
Hi there. Yep, Jeff Weber, Director of Engineering at Linea Energy. My
Hey,
address
Jeff,
is...
can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
I need to swear you in. Do you swear or
Okay.
affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I swear.
And your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Jeffrey Weber, Director of Engineering at Linea Energy. My address is 311 California Street, Suite 450, San Francisco, California, 94104.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. So I'm going to focus my portion of the presentation here on the battery energy storage system. This is mainly a technical overview, although we will cover a little bit of fire and safety topics. The purpose of this section really is to provide a focus on what the battery storage system for Globemallow will look like. And I did want to, just take some time to talk about some of the technical details of the underlying technology. Battery storage, while no longer a new technology solution for grid resources, it is still new enough that it's worth diving into. So we're going to take a little extra time here to cover those details. As Andrew mentioned before, we've got phase 1 and phase 2 of the facility. It'll be using the same technology. We can jump ahead to the next slide, Andrew. Thank you. The battery technology type is a type of lithium-ion battery. The specific chemistry here is important. We propose we'll be using a lithium iron phosphate, or LFP chemistry. The type of cells that are in use are these large rectangular format or prismatic cells. Phase 1 and phase 2 will use the same technology. And these cells get racked into modules. The modules get placed into containers. About 48 modules per container, 34 cells per module. It's a good number of cells per container. But just to give us a sense of scale here, so one container, it'll have a rating of about 6.25 megawatt hours. That's enough to power New Mexico home for about 9.5 months, to give it a sense of scale. Next slide, please. For the facility, each container gets configured into AC blocks, where there'll be a power conversion system, or an inverter, it's sometimes called, medium voltage transformer to regulate voltage, and the battery management system and energy management system are integrated in with these PCS, medium voltage transformer pads. The job of those units there is to communicate with the grid, to tell the batteries how to operate, to regulate the batteries so that they function safely, and to allow the battery facility to operate as one cohesive power plant. I also wanted to pause for a second as well, just to give a sense of scale here for these projects. The Globemallow facility in total will probably have somewhere on the order of 350 total containers. That number is indicative. It's subject to change. There may be some design changes, but just want to give a sense of scale here. Next slide, please. Focusing on the chemistry, so lithium iron phosphate. Definitely want to pause for a moment here and focus on the importance of this technology. The key thing is safety, reliability, lifespan. LFP is now the most commonly deployed lithium-ion technology, differentiated from its cousin, nickel, magnesium, cobalt. Nickel, magnesium, cobalt really thrives in environments where you have weight limitations or space limitations. So cell phones, laptops, mobile electronics of that sort, almost all of those are NMC technology, have been and will be for the foreseeable future. LFP is a much better technology for applications where you're not so space constrained, electric vehicles being one of them, and also standalone stationary battery storage like what we're proposing for Globemallow. There's quite a bit of information on here. I'm not going to touch on most of it. I really just want to highlight here in the graphic at the bottom left a way of sort of understanding the various characteristics that you care about when selecting between one chemistry and another. By the way, there's a good dozen or more other commercially available chemistries out there. These are just the two that are most commonly deployed. But you can see LFP scores quite high in terms of safety, lifespan, while still being low cost. Next slide, please. Another key thing about LFP, so thermal runaway. This is the concern with battery storage. This is a self-perpetuating reaction. There's quite a lot of infrastructure in these battery storage facilities to detect early to prevent it from even getting to that point. The nice thing about lithium ion is it gives you quite a lot of buffer here. Now I can talk through a lot of the technical details, but these will be available for the public to review later, and would definitely encourage any questions that anyone has. Just given the time and the desire to have time for questions later on in the presentation here, I want to highlight one specific thing on this slide, which is the graphic on the top right, global grid scale storage deployment and failure statistics. So there's a publicly available database that the EPRI, Failure Incident Database. So they're keeping track of every single mishap with battery storage facilities. And the specific line to look at here is this orange line kind of moving downwards and to the right. This indicates a very, 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 very low percentage of incidences now as the number of total deployed capacity of battery storage continues to grow exponentially. And this is, to a large degree, the result of using LFP as the primary chemistry. So it's what we are excited to be deploying on this project, as a high reliability and a high safety factor. Next slide, please. Just want to highlight that when it comes to fire mitigation and detection, we have a multi-layered process designed to catch incidences early and mitigate them from becoming a more serious incident. This 5-layered approach is one that our battery suppliers have started to coalesce around. Most of the work is done by the battery management system and prevention. So an example of this would be detecting by measuring the electrical characteristics of every cell in every rack in every battery. And if any of the cells are starting to show behavior that is outside tolerance, that cell and that rack are disconnected from operating, and it goes into the subsequent layers of mitigation to allow for addressing. And most of the time, what it would look like to do a preventative measure would be to dispatch a service vehicle and go and just remove the cell. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. View the design features for fire safety and just access to the facility. You can see here it's located next to the highway on the way to Stanley, between Santa Fe and Stanley. We have a perimeter security fence. The best layout is designed with defensible space around it, access to all the containers, on-site water supply, as my colleagues have mentioned previously, access roads for emergency, and then signage to instruct first responders. Next slide, please. The facility will have some on-site staff, but it'll also be monitored remotely 24/7. There's multi-layered alerts looking for performance characteristics outside of thresholds. And this allows us to stay on top of facility performance. The SCADA system, or what we call SCADA, it's basically our way of understanding what's happening on the site from data readouts, and also controlling how the site operates. This is mostly used to make sure the power plant does its primary purpose, which is to for the solar facility, generate power as expected, dispatch to the grid, or to charge the batteries, discharge the batteries, or other functions that the batteries are doing. So as the owner operator, as the owner of the facility with PNM, being the proposed power off-taker, SCADA is how we understand how the power plant's performing. There's a few more details here, but I don't think it's worthwhile to linger on them too much longer because a lot of them we've covered previously. Next slide. Just some visual examples of installed storage facilities. Linea is currently in contract under construction some other standalone storage facilities as we speak, using Hythium as one potential supplier, but there's other suppliers out there. The map here on the top left shows where they've been deployed. You can see Texas, California, the Southwest, and up in the Northeast. There's quite a large amount of battery storage facilities that are currently in operation and many more that are being constructed as we speak. This is just an overview of the documentation we provided as it pertains to fire safety for the facility. This has been submitted for the record. Next slide, please. And just a quick touch base on code and regulation compliance. These are representative of what we're going to comply with. There are some final details in terms of final equipment selection, but it will all fall within the proposed fire safety plan for the facility. Last thing I'm going to highlight here is that, our goal is to be active and engaged. So we will be collaborating with county fire safety and building departments throughout the entire process before, during, and after the project is in operation. Okay. And I want to thank the County Commission for your time. I'm available for questions at the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much, Jeff. We appreciate it.
Am I currently did we decide that I'll finish the presentation and then, okay. Well, I'd like to just thank everyone for their time today. Excuse me as I flip through my notes. And so a lot of this has been covered through the previous slides with staff and through our presentation. But before I walk through this, I want to acknowledge just the scope and the materials that have been submitted into our application and really reflect the depth and the time that put in our application, worked with county management staff. Additionally, under SLDC section 4.9.6.5, our conditional use permit should be proposed if it meets the 7 criteria, which I'll just walk through. But I also want to acknowledge that this is a conditional use and within the agricultural and zoning districts, ranching and rural zoning districts that we're based in. And really here today, we are requesting conditional use permit approval. We will continue to work with the county planning staff as well as the county fire department to really meet the requirements that are necessary for the building permits and other obligations before constructing this project. So just here's an overview of the conditional use approval criteria. We do not believe that this project will not result in any of the listed effects and that the project meets the criteria for the requested Santa Fe County conditional use permit. For criteria 1, this project will not be detrimental to health, safety, or general welfare. The site is private rangeland with very low off-site impacts during operation, minimal demand on public services. All OSHA and applicable safety standards will be followed, and we have prepared a comprehensive suite of safety plans. The beds will be designed at NFPA 855, the International Fire Code, UL 9540, and UL 954A, and County Ordinance 2023-09. Perimeter fencing, 60,000 gallons of on-site water, and NOx-equipped access gates are all included in our project plans and will be in compliance once we develop the project. And our EIR concludes there's no long-term or significant health and safety risks with mitigation in place. For criteria 2, road congestion, the project will not create road congestion. Highway 41 has a 2024 daily traffic count of just 1,492 trips, which designates as a low volume rural corridor with additional capacity. Peak construction traffic of up to 250 employees and 18 deliveries per day is temporary and limited to 18 months. And deliveries will avoid peak hours. Haul routes avoid residential areas, and flaggers will be used where needed. Operations traffic is negligible, and approximately 8 employees will be on site each day. MDOT confirmed no traffic impact analysis is required, and the EIR found minimal temporary construction impacts and negligible long-term traffic. For criteria 3, the project will not create a hazard for fire, panic, or other danger. The facility will comply with all applicable fire and hazard codes. The BES includes passive protections, a 50-foot vegetation-free buffer and defensible space, and active protections, including integrated fire detection, alarm, ventilation, and gas sensors. We will have 60,000 gallons of on-site water, NOx-equipped access gates, and emergency response guide on file with the county. We'll continue to coordinate with and train Santa Fe, or work to provide training for Santa Fe County fire departments and volunteer departments ahead of construction. And our EIR concludes a BES fire event is rare and unlikely, and the design limits any risk to within the BES facility. For criteria number 4, the project will not tend to overcrowd land and cause undue concentration of population. The project will not overcrowd land or concentrate population. This is a low-density, non-residential land use. Operations require approximately 8 permanent on-site employees. The construction workforce will commute from existing nearby communities. No residential or commercial development is proposed. 30% open space is reserved, and the EIR concludes no long-term population changes are anticipated. For criteria number 5, public provisions, the project will not interfere with schools, parks, water, sewerage, transportation, or other public services. We have a ready, willing, and able letter from Internetsa Water Association for bulk water supply during construction, and operational water use is minimal. The project will generate 40 years of property tax contributions without increasing demands on schools or services. No municipal sewer is required. Transportation mitigation MDOT permits are in place and will be reapplied to prior to construction. And fire coordination with local districts will continue as the project develops. The IR found no adverse impacts to public facilities. For criteria number 6, will not interfere with adequate light and air. The project will not interfere with light or air, adequate light or air for reasons including the following. Construction dust and emissions will be controlled through suppression, speed limits, and idling restrictions. Once operational, the facility produces minimal emissions, and energy generated by the project will incrementally reduce reliance on fossil fuel generation. And lastly, criteria number 7. The project will not be inconsistent with the purposes, project property zoning, classification, or in any other way inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the SLDC or SGMT. The project is fully consistent with its zoning classification and the spirit of the SLDC and SGMP. Both the agricultural/ranching and rural zoning districts explicitly list commercial solar energy development as a conditional use. The SGMP identifies this area as having the highest solar energy potential and sets goals to support renewable energy initiatives. And the project is consistent with New Mexico's renewable portfolio standard, and the application was prepared in compliance with the Santa Fe County SLDC. Our environmental impact report confirms full consistency with the zoning, SLDC, and the intent of the Sustainable Growth Management Plan. Thank you, commissioners, for your time, and thank you, planning staff, as well as the County Fire Department. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate it. At this point, what we want to do is enter the public hearing portion. So before we do that, I wonder if in the room, who is interested in making public comment? If you could raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you're on Zoom and you're interested in making a comment, could you also use the raised hand feature, and John will count those up?
Mr. Chair, there appears to be about 4 members online that wish to speak on this matter.
Okay, great. So it looks like a total of 8 folks are interested in making a presentation, making public comment. And so if you could limit your comments to 5 minutes, that would be great. And so please, let's do the in the room first. And so if with 4 folks, do you want to Swear them at once, or? Okay, the four folks, if you could come forward to be sworn in. Karen will do that.
Good evening. My name is Lucy Foma, and I live at 714 Rosita Street, and I confirm I'm under oath. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lucy Foma, and I'm here to express my support for the Globemallow Solar and Battery Storage Project. For me, this project represents practical progress for Santa Fe County. Globemallow will bring significant long-term tax revenue to support essential services like infrastructure, emergency response, and schools without putting added strain on our rural resources. It will also create hundreds of well-paid construction jobs and provide stable, affordable energy as our electricity needs grow. Just as importantly, solar and storage strengthen the reliability of our grid. By generating clean power and storing it for peak demand, projects like this help protect our communities during extreme weather and reduce dependence on fossil fuels. The proposed site is well suited for this use, and solar is a low-impact neighbor that preserves our rural character while continuing to contribute to a healthier future. Thank you for considering this project.
Thank you, Ms. Foma.
Ken Hughes, Hughes, 2300 West Alameda Street, Santa Fe, 87507. Yes, under oath. Evening, Commissioners. I'm Ken Hughes. I'm here on behalf of two nonprofits, the Coalition of Sustainable Communities New Mexico and the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club last month released a guidance document of 42 pages on how to help site renewable energy transmission and storage projects. This has been in the works for 3 years. And the document really lays out how the Sierra Club would like to see these projects go forward. I'll just list a few of the areas they mention in the document. Lands previously converted from their natural state and which remain impacted, disturbed, or degraded by human activities. Public lands of comparatively low natural value located adjacent to degraded and impacted private lands. Locations adjoining existing roads, and locations relatively close to load centers that do not pose issues of environmental justice. I think that the Globemallow proposal as before you today certainly meets these criteria, and I urge your support for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Hi, Glenn Weichel, W-I-K-L-E. I live in District 4. First, I just wanted to thank you, Chair. I think you did put us in front of your discussions. There were a few other people that showed up for public comment for a meeting that we thought went from 4 till 6 p.m., and so they couldn't stay. And you won't be hearing from them tonight. Regarding tonight's proceeding, I first wanted to say thank you to everyone at the county. I really appreciate this comprehensive conditional use permit process, and I know it looks like a lot to the applicant, as we saw an entire page of submissions that they made. Just to put this in context, Doña Ana County appears to have no such process. And last year, they approved first construction permit for a $150 billion data center before even holding the first public meeting for that project. Then they followed up by approving the entire project just 3 weeks later. This was for a facility which will be the largest point source of greenhouse gases in the state and a water guzzler in a region whose water supply is bankrupt. They have less water than we have. I appreciate the care that the county takes to listen to constituents, even if those constituents are my neighbors opposing a project considering projects that are considerably less dangerous than the oil and gas facilities that we currently rely upon. The unfolding 2026 water shortage in New Mexico, as well as news that I just saw yesterday that the Atlantic Current circular system is likely to fail within the next 25 years, are just two of thousands of reasons why we must accelerate the transition to renewable energy. Solar power provides this county with a low-risk opportunity to directly benefit from the energy transition. As a progressive county, we arguably have a duty to promote and develop these facilities while other communities fall prey to short-term thinking and misinformation. The opponents of the Rancho Viejo facility often stated in their speeches that they supported solar energy, but only if it were far away from residential neighborhoods. Well, this one is quite far away from residential neighborhoods. So I would hope to see that those opponents would show up and say, now they support solar energy. Maybe they're on the Zoom call. The location of the Globemallow facility is exactly where they suggested it should be. Out in the ranch lands, in the, not even in the fringe zone, in the rural zone of Santa Fe County. So last year, PNM produced 80% of its electricity from zero carbon sources. They're well along the way in the energy transition, but there's 20% left to go. We might see more projects like Globemallow working to fill that gap, that 20% that we need to get to zero carbon. The county, our electric utility, the state of New Mexico, and even the world are depending upon bodies like this commission to bring us the solutions to this climate crisis. So I urge you to support this project and approve the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weichel.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Maury Sloan. I live at 3 Avenida de Mercedes in Santa Fe. Thank you. And I thank the commissioners for this presentation and allowing the public comment. I'm here to speak in favor of the Globemallow project. I am personally very deeply care about increasing our reliance on clean renewable energy and decreasing our reliance on fossil fuels for reasons of climate change, as well as the health effects of fossil fuel development and use, and also the geopolitical consequences of fossil fuel dependence. And so with that passion, being able to personally use renewable power is very important to me, and which this project would contribute to. I'm also retired, live on a fixed income, and so contributing to lower electricity rates is an important part of this project for me. And, you know, it's a more affordable way for me to use renewable power without putting solar panels on my own home. And I also appreciate the low water usage of this project with our current drought situation and the last 2 non-winters that we've had. I think low water usage projects like this are really important. So thank you.
So now we have folks on Zoom, and Karen, how do we want to swear them? One by one? One on one. So the first is a person with the initials RC, and Rand something is your name. If you could come off mute, lower your hand, and if you have a camera that works, please fire that up. So please be sworn. Thank you, Mr. Coleman.
Yes. Randy, do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
And could you please state your, your name and your address, please?
Sure. My name is Randy Coleman. I live in 22 Fonda Road in Santa Fe in the El Dorado area.
Please proceed, sir.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Randy Coleman. I'm with the Clean Energy Coalition for Santa Fe County, and I want to thank Glenn. We've worked together before, but CEC is not able to either oppose or support the project for external reasons. However, we do want to commend Linea for working with CEC over the last almost 2 years, and they've been very upfront. They've done a lot of tremendous work in putting their design together. One of the things that we want to commend them for is they continue to recognize that they are a utility scale project, and that from that perspective, they could just as easily be thought of as a solar electric power generation facility, which would still be eligible for a CUP in the zoning area that they are in. Also, CEC submitted Exhibit EE, and we would suggest that you continue to look at that exhibit for our recommendations, but 3 important recommendations that I'd like to bring to light. And that is that within their design, the Linea Emergency Response Plan, they identified a 300-foot standoff should there be any type of a fire event. Yet the site plan has the water tank in the initial staging area less than that 300 feet away. And I think that's an inconsistency in the design, and the county may wish to suggest that the site plan be adjusted to accommodate the 300-foot standoff. Additionally, we recognize that the site plan may change over time. We'd like to recommend that the county identify that no matter how the site plan should change, that Linea should maintain the 10-foot separation for all enclosures all the way through the design process, so that at no time does the site plan bring those enclosures closer than 10 feet. The third item is, and there are swales around the battery storage system, swale 7A and 7B, that drain into basin 7. We'd like to identify that we think that those swales should be controlled similarly to the National Polluted Discharge Elimination System, the NPDES, to control stormwater discharge Sector L, which is for landfills and land application sites. And those recommendations identify that those swales and the discharge basin should be lined. Those are just the important things that we'd like to bring out. We hope that the county will consider those as part of the conditional uses. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we wish Linea the best of luck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coleman. Next is JM June. If you could lower your hand, turn on your camera if you have one, and please proceed.
Hey, June, can you hear me? Hello, June?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
June, let me swear you in. Do you swear?
Okay,
Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I swear.
And your name and address for the record, please.
June Morris, 06 Rex Road, Stanley, New Mexico, 87056.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I would like to state that I am not against solar or green energy. In fact, my home has been powered by photovoltaics for the past 25 years. What I am against is the taking of potable water from the Estancia Water Basin on which we depend. Santa Fe County Water Conservation has posters. I have one here, but my camera's not working. Posted all throughout the county requesting us to conserve water. To quote, Santa Fe County is in a high desert area with limited water supplies. Regardless of the fire weather or reservoir levels, water should always be treated as a precious natural resource, end quote. This is even more critical and applicable in southern Santa Fe County and the Estancia Water Basin, which is dependent only on precipitation to be replenished and does not have rivers or reservoirs from which water can be diverted. Continued pulling of water from the Estancia Basin places people's livelihoods, if not their very lives, at risk. If wells go dry, as many already have, people and businesses will move out and the whole East Mountain economy will suffer. We are asking that Linea, Globemallow, and Entrinosa Water set up a substantial reserve fund to be immediately available to drill new wells for any resident or community that experiences well depletion. Or as an alternative, establish a reliable and sustainable water system to all residents that draw potable water from the basin. Our second request is that ecovoltaics be employed in constructing and maintaining the project. Any loss of habitat, grazing land, and migration patterns for the pronghorn and flyover waterfowl must be considered and mitigated. What wildlife studies have been done, and has the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish been notified? Of note, the southwestern willow flycatcher is on the endangered species list, and the project site is located within the critical habitat management area set by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We do all we can to conserve water on a daily basis. 2-minute showers, taking basins of dishwater outside to water the plants, limited toilet flushing. Yet Entrinosa water spills hundreds of gallons of water at the fill sites and on the roadways as they haul it away. We witness that daily during the Zia wind turbine project. Private entities should not be able to sell our precious natural resource and profit at the expense and the real life risk of the local residents. We respectfully ask you to consider these requests and do a critical evaluation of the potential long-term impact of the proposed project on the Estancia Water Basin and on wildlife management and safety. Small modular reactors are the future and will make solar panels obsolete and leave our land scarred. Santa Fe County has the ability, authority, and the obligation to protect its citizens. We implore you to do the right thing and ensure residents have a sustainable water system and supply for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Ms. Willie. Please lower your hand and come off mute. Thank you.
Denise, can you hear me?
You're still muted, ma'am. Ms. Willie, if you could hold on, let's jump over you. You can work on resolving this mute issue. Mr. Barrington, I wonder if you can lower your hand and come off mute, please. Please be sworn, sir.
Okay. I think I have my hand lowered. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
And state your name and address for the record, please. And would you spell your last name also?
Sure. My name is Peter Barrington, Barrington. I live at 6932 Angela Drive Northeast, Rio Rancho, New Mexico, 87144. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for your time this evening. Again, my name is Peter Barrington. I am a veteran and a lifelong resident of New Mexico, and I'm also an organizer for Veterans Powering America. I too was at the hearing, in the hearing room earlier with a couple of VPA members, but they had to leave at the break. Unfortunately, we won't get to hear from them. But I again represent Veterans Powering America. We are a veteran-led organization that drives America's clean energy future. The VPA empowers veterans to lead in job creation and community resilience. I'm here to advocate on behalf of the Globemallow Project and on behalf of the New Mexico veterans and VPA for the renewable energy projects like Globemallow, which we know will provide good jobs locally and provide positive economic and environmental benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrington. Ms. Willie, could you try your unmute button again?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please
Okay.
be sworn in, ma'am.
Yes. My name is, oh, go ahead.
Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
And Denise, will you provide your name and address for the record?
My name is Denise Willie, Willie, and my address is 6101 Sequoia Road in Albuquerque.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Denise Willie, and I live in Albuquerque, and I work for a nonprofit, NEVA, and I do support the Globemallow project. I support moving towards renewable energy systems. Solar protects rural lifestyles, protecting land for agricultural needs and for farming. Modern solar farms often include supporting pollinators, prevent soil erosion, and enhance biodiversity. This would help power homes, stabilize electricity prices for residents, and improve grid reliability. This proposal also aligns with New Mexico's Energy Transition Act, which requires electric utilities to reach the 50% renewable energy by 2030 and 80% by 2040. This would help us reduce our reliance on fossil fuel. I urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willie. Ms. Weisberg?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Ms. Weisberg. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
And please give us your name and address and spell your last name if you wouldn't mind.
Steffi Weisbird, Weisburd, as in David. And I live at 1 Howling Wolf Trail in Tijeras, New Mexico.
Please proceed, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak, especially since I don't live in Santa Fe County, but I do live in the East Mountains, where you've heard we have a lot of impact of climate change coming already. We have soaring insurance rates and dried up wells. And today and tomorrow are red flag days, which are becoming all too common. As someone who lives next to a national forest and in a community that has lost thousands of pinions, every time I look out my window, I grieve and I fear wildfire.
What gives me hope, though, is that we have technologies existing today that can slow the progression of our climate challenges. If we really care about water scarcity, we have to address the underlying cause of that, which is climate change. And so I want to be part of the solution to deploy clean, reliable, clean energy that will replace oil and gas now, because we are already feeling the effects of climate change. The solar electricity has produced the least expensive electricity in history. And with all due respect to Ms. Morris, nuclear energy is one of the most expensive forms of electricity. I don't want my bills to go up like that. And nuclear also uses a lot of water. So I would much, much rather have solar and batteries and wind. It's really astounding when you think about it that sand, essentially quartz, can transform free solar energy light into electricity without poisoning or depleting our water. It doesn't emit air or climate pollution or dump millions of cleanup costs on abandoned wells on New Mexico taxpayers. We must support solar if we are to be part of the solution and not the problem. Globemallow, solar and storage will not increase our asthma or heat-related health expenses or infrastructure costs associated with climate-driven extreme weather that the counties and governments will have to bear as taxpayers. It will generate tens of millions of dollars in tax revenues, wages, and county investments. Projects like this, particularly in the East Mountain, allow landowners to receive income from their land when grazing or farming alone cannot sustain them. And it is much more sustainable use of land than if a housing project came in, which is what we're all been fighting for decades here with Campbell Ranch. This project supports local solar companies, which have already been laying off workers due to the loss of federal tax credits for rooftop solar. And it will shade and cool the underlying land and insulate New Mexicans from the global energy volatility that comes from fossil fuels. This is a sensible win-win solution. So I urge you to please approve the conditional use permit and help secure a livable future.
Thank you very much, Ms. Weisberg. Cindy? Yeah, if you could come off mute. If you do have a camera, please turn it on. Otherwise, please be sworn in. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I can't get my camera to come on. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
My name's Cynthia Golden.
Ms. Golden, do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
And will you also provide your address, please?
I will. 111 Prairiewood Lane, Stanley, New Mexico, 87056.
Please proceed, Ms. Golden.
Thank you all for allowing us this opportunity and for taking the time to listen to both pro and con. I would also like to thank you for asking the questions about water, because that's my biggest concern. I do live in Stanley. We're 10 miles out, but it's still considered Stanley. So I did not receive a letter in being invited to the community meeting. Had I known that, I would have expressed my concerns back then also. And it all goes back to water. The Estancia Basin is a closed basin. It relies on rain. There's no other water that flows into it, and it's going down as we speak. Our farmers depend on it. Our homes out here depend on it. And without water, as I previously said, you don't have much without water. So I am respectfully requesting that Globemallow put in a water system for the Stanley residents. And until that water system is up and operational, to provide emergency funds for those people who do lose their wells. And it could be a rancher that's having to haul water to his cattle. And I also feel like they need to use the reclaimed water for the construction project and for the maintenance. There's no reason to use our good well water for a construction project. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you all. And I do hope that you will consider that.
Thank you, Ms. Golden.
Thank you guys. We appreciate it. And ladies.
So that concludes the, we have no more people online or in the room who are interested in making a comment, so that concludes this portion of the meeting. And so now I think it's up to the commissioners to request either the request feedback from the applicant staff or the applicants folks online. So I see that you have questions, Commissioner Bruger, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me follow up on water with a question for Mr. Davidson or designate.
Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. So in your presentation, you mentioned that construction water estimates are difficult to make, which I found interesting. The last proposal that was before us estimated their construction, which is a third, less than a third of the scale of yours. It was 100, 150 acre feet. Not that they were right, but that's what they presented, estimated. Yours is 67. So my question to you then is, will you, if this goes further, would you agree to use non-potable water for all construction and for filling that 60,000 gallon water storage tank and refilling it?
Thank you. I think that's a good question, and I don't think it's a question that I'm prepared to answer yes in this moment. And I think one of the main reasons for that is there are not sources of reclaimed water anywhere close to where this project is located. And Andrew might be able to help me recall, there was a question earlier about the request made to Santa Fe Municipal Service. They do offer reclaimed water. But I believe that the response was that we're just nowhere close to the range that would be needed for them to serve. Is that accurate?
That's correct. There was a letter, which I could get on my phone, but there was a letter stating that. We originally did haul route plans, and so from the Santa Fe, it's a 45-minute drive, and so I think that was also something that we incorporated into this. Is there's additional impacts outside of just the water that we're sourcing. There's sources on other communities from the long-range trucking, and so Intranosa provides a lot closer, ability to serve the water needs that are needed for this project.
Thank you. If I may, if I ask just 2 questions, and then I'll defer after that to others. On safety, first a comment. Thank you for the presentation and for including lithium iron phosphate chemistry as your in your batteries, and that and rather than the nickel, manganese, cobalt. So thank you for that. The hazard mitigation analysis. We're not experts. I'm not an expert. So I look up definitions. Hazard mitigation analysis the technical evaluation required by the fire code, NFPA 855, that identifies potential failure modes and systems like thermal runaway, explosion, gas release, and determine strategies to reduce, manage, or eliminate risks to life and property. So page 15 and 16 of the NV5 report, the contractor for this, states that the hazard mitigation analysis that was submitted was a template, wasn't site-specific, and that's a condition of approval. But my question to you is, given that this is important for safety, which relates to a couple of the criteria that we have to find affirmatively, how can we recommend approval of this with a non-site-specific hazard mitigation analysis?
Thank you. And that reminds me of a similar question that I think we received from the hearing officer last month. So I think it's a good question. And I think the answer is that a hazard mitigation analysis and the response plan that goes with it is tied very closely to the specific technical details of the equipment being installed. You're right, we're talking about a general technology, a general chemistry, LFP, but the particular vendor that we select, the specific model number that vendor produces, they're going to be very different, minute details of each particular selection, and we have not selected or ordered that equipment yet. In fact, if we're talking about, this project beginning construction, in November 2027, at the earliest, the battery components wouldn't be installed until probably the last 6 months of that 18-month construction period. So we're talking about batteries potentially installed, in the first half of 2029. The specifications of the batteries that this project will install just do not exist today because it's a model that hasn't been finalized yet. And so what the intent of the HMA and the hazard response plan included in our application was, this is a demonstration of how we will comply with the level of detail required by the Santa Fe County Fire Department. If we are granted a CUP and advanced to construction, we cannot get a building permit until we've satisfied the Santa Fe County Fire Department. And at the time we apply for that with the development plan and building permit, at that time we will file our final HMA and final hazard response plan once the final construction details of our equipment are known at that time.
Thank you for that. Appreciate the answer.
Of course.
None of which does at least me any good in making a determination at this point in time whether this is safe or not, whether this complies with the criteria. One more question along those lines. So UL 9540 certification of the systems required to determine compliance with code and project safety. And for reasons such as what you mentioned, you don't have that certification yet. But what I found interesting, page 17 of the NV5 report states that, quote, in the event the final BESS equipment differs from this submittal, then another evaluation must be done to determine compliance with UL 9540. So we're just going on what's been presented, but it may change. How much of this may change? Is it the specifications, the products, the design? It's, if you could enlighten.
Of course, and again, thank you for the question. I would even highlight a different thing that can and probably will change before we approach the fire department with final construction plans. And we see an example of this in our application. When we prepared that hazard mitigation plan, or hazard mitigation analysis, and filed it with the planning department last spring, there was the version of NFP 855 in place at that time was the 2023 code. Today, there's a new version, 2026. And so it's not even the equipment that could change. It's what are the safety codes requiring. And what I really would not want to do is, agree to a very specific design today that complies with the code that exists today, and rob the county fire department of the ability to apply even newer standards 2 years from now when we need to be talking with them about our building permit. So I think I understand the concern, but I think in response I would say we're here to talk about more of a question of land use, and the technical details are probably a little bit preliminary and better suited for discussions with code compliance at the time of a building permit application.
It's just one comment on that.
Of course.
That is the conundrum that we can face, that to determine that this is not detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the area does imply that we look at, to the extent that it's possible for us, the possible impact of a bad event. Similarly, the criteria where it's create a potential hazard of fire, panic, or other danger. So it's
Thanks, Commissioner Bruger. And I appreciate the specificity of the questions and comments. And my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that you have stated you will comply with the applicable codes, and there is a time to demonstrate that compliance, and that is not now because of the nature of the process. We give or don't give conditional use permit approval. You go through you sign a deal with the off-taker, you go through your engineering analysis, and before you can construct, you have to get that development permit, and it's at that time that you need to demonstrate some of the compliance, and then upon construction, there are other demonstrations. So it's just a chicken and egg staggered situation that puts us in a position not to be able to answer the ultimate questions. But I think that's the way I see it, and that gets back to your initial comment to say having a section of the code that deals with this kind of facility would be really useful, because we'd be able to separate the chickens from the eggs. Thanks. Any other questions from commissioners of the applicant?
Just a couple more here, Mr. Chair. So just back to water, just so I'm clear on this, the water that you're going to use from construction is going to come from that Intranosa Water Association that you're going to truck in. Is that correct?
The Intranosa Water Association, or an entity like them.
Okay. And then for the operation and maintenance of this facility, you would use the well, or a well that is on the property. Is that correct?
That's correct. For the operations and maintenance of the facility, we would be using, water from the site itself, using either the existing well, or if that well is not commercially viable, like it's a very, very old well. If it's not physically capable of meeting the need, then we would seek permission to drill a new well at the state engineer's office.
And then, as Mr. Chairman, as you mentioned that well, what would be the amount you anticipate on using out of that well for operational and maintenance in a year?
Out of the new well, in
Yes.
that scenario?
Yes.
Yeah, up to 4 acre-feet per year.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, is that, so there mustn't be no water used for cooling of the batteries, is that correct?
That's correct. It's not a hydro cooling system.
Well, some high-efficiency batteries require
now-
water for cooling.
Now, I might be getting a little over my skis. There could be, some water inside the sealed chemistry of the cell. But we're not hooking the batteries up to
I believe it's a glycol-cooled system. The chillers are glycol-cooled.
It's a liquid cooling in-system unit. So that can do to just all heat, but also, in the case when the batteries do get close to freezing temps, also warm up the battery.
Right, so it's like an air conditioner that has a working fluid, but it doesn't require filling up, I think.
Okay. And so, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, is that the water rights are all, it's a closed basin, so they must be all fully adjudicated at this point. And so the idea is that if you need more than, typically when you go get a well permit in the state these days, it's 1 acre foot. So this means you would have to buy or acquire another 3 acre foot of water. So is that the intent here?
That's exactly right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other questions of the applicant from commissioners? I had a couple. And in your presentation about water, you indicated it's a closed basin. You really can't import or export water. And the question of reclaimed water is an issue. My understanding is that any water you would import would be from another basin, whether it's on a truck. I don't know how it works with the state engineer, but if you fill it up at a Santa Fe County bulk water station or at a wastewater facility where it's reclaimed and you truck it into the closed basin, there might be cans of worms there. I don't really know. So I'm just, sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. I actually don't think I have any questions at this time, and I wonder if any other commissioners do. Commissioner Bruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fire Official Blay has been sitting there patiently all evening. I just feel compelled to ask a few questions, if I may.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen, does he have to be sworn?
I do. Jaume Blay, 35 Camino Justicia, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508.
So, in the event that there is an incident at this site, what fire stations would respond, and what would the response time be?
Chairable, Commissioner Brugger, Planning Commissioner Brugger. The closest station would be Station Stanley, Volunteer Station 2. And the response time, as you know, volunteers have to respond to the station, then they have to then respond to the site. So the closest staff station would be Station 70, currently in Edgewood, or 80, which is on the intersection of 285 South and I-25 in the Hondo area. I would assume that the response time would be about 20 to 30 minutes.
Thank you. The Edgewood station might not be in effect after June 30th, but at least as of right now. So that wouldn't do any good unless higher authorities change things.
Chairable and Planning Commissioner Brugger, there are other options if that happens to fall through and we have to move out of 70, then the actual staff station would be Station 2 in Stanley. or Station 1, and that would get us 5 to 10 minutes closer to the site.
Thank you. Do you have any comments on the draft emergency response plan prepared by the applicant?
As it's been said before, that draft is a living document. Both the hazard mitigation analysis and the emergency response, that's an ongoing document that it's finalized once we know where everything is located, where all the signage, all the entrances, gates, placement of these containers are, and knowing exactly which station will be responding, what personnel, what apparatus. So it's a living document, and it's been mentioned before that some of these questions will be better answered prior to the building permit application.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm hearing that point a lot. Toward that end, then, between this point today and the issuance of a building permit, who from your office, who is going to be ensuring that the conditions of approval, of which there are many, are being met? And would you even be able to use the same consultant, NV5, to help you evaluate the compliance with those conditions? Or would that change?
Chair Abel, Planning Commissioner Brugger, Fire Prevention Division of the Fire Department will be the ones reviewing these plans. Again, if this happens to go through, then they're going to have to submit again to growth management for their application. At that time, then they send it to us for review and approval. That's when the fire department looks at the code and makes sure that everything meets the minimum requirements of the code. The second question, if you don't mind.
You had selected, I guess you had selected a consultant, NV5, to help you evaluate a really complex proposal. Would they still be on board when the additional submittals come in?
Chair Abel, Planning Commissioner Brugger, I believe growth management are the ones who determined that. They're the ones who chose NB5, but we would be more than glad to keep working with them, and if not them, whoever is available at that time. But to answer your question, we would be relying on a subject matter expert to walk us through and make sure that at that time they are absolutely meeting every requirement, not only from the code, but from the conditionals of approval that we laid out in that letter.
Thank you. And does growth management have any comments on that?
Yes, Chair and Commissioner Brugger. Michael Voss, Land Use Administrator, 240 Grant Avenue. I do swear. So after, if the Planning Commission were to approve this conditional use permit, the applicant is required to finalize a site development plan that addresses these conditions of approval. That site development plan needs to get sign-off from the fire marshal, as well as myself as the land use administrator, certifying that those conditions have been met. As well, the NV5 contract does include in their scope of work to assist in reviewing compliance with the conditions.
Thank you.
I have a question, and Fire Marshal, I have a question that one of the commenters asked, and it's something we haven't really gone over. And the question is, how will fires from the solar panels or battery be fought? And I wanted to kind of elaborate on that question a little bit. If there's a grass fire, that sweeps into the area, or if there's a thermal runaway fire, I wonder if you could go through what the suppression techniques for either of those types of events might be.
Chair Abo, in the case of a wildland fire, we would treat it as a regular wildland fire. We have a wildland team in Santa Fe County that specializes in fighting wildland fires, as long as every firefighter is also trained on wildland firefighting. As far as thermal runaway, the latest industry standards are to let that container burn, and just the purpose of the 60,000 gallon storage tank is not to fight that thermal runaway. It's to actually protect exposures, and in case the O&M building caught on fire or a vehicle caught on fire. Or for that matter, if a grassland catches on fire, we could use the 60,000 gallons to fight that fire.
Thank you. So, yes, so I understand you don't open it up and try and knock it down. That's a practice that sadly has been used in the past. But the practice is to use your 60,000 gallons of water for this purpose, to keep everything cool around it so that the fire does not propagate outside the container. Is that accurate?
Chairable, that is accurate. Also, these containers will have several layers of prevention, mitigation, reduction. Some of them entail thermal runaway propagation control measures, notification, smoke detection, deflagration protection. So there's many layers of protection, but the main thing is that we are not going to go there and open it when there potentially be an explosive mixture. There's also, they are proposing a ventilation system where it actually keeps that explosive mixture from building up, so it just vents out.
Thank you, I appreciate it. That was a comment from someone in the community. I did have another question, unless there's another question for the fire marshal. I did have another question that is slipping away from me right now. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry. Please, thanks.
At what point in the process, if this goes forward, would you and the volunteer fire department as well get trained up on proper procedures on what to do, what not to do? Because you would be working in concert with the Linea personnel, I would presume.
Chairable, Planning Commissioner Brugger, that would be a working collaboration with Linea to, at the point where they are most likely finalizing the construction, we're talking 2029, prior to commissioning the facility. That's when we would most likely gather with them, and they would tell us exactly what we need to do. More than likely, they're going to tell us, don't even go in there until one of our representatives arrives. And that's why that emergency response plan cannot be finalized until we know exactly what these procedures are going to be prior to the commissioning of the facility.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I do have a question of the applicants, either probably Brad or Andrew. I think you mentioned earlier that you're pretty much the developers putting this together, and that during the construction phase, you will hire a procurement and contracting specialist. And what is the general practice? What have you found? There's been concern about local staffing, and although you mentioned that, so I believe you say there are approximately 250 employees, and I wonder if you can generally describe, you need a bunch of laborers, you need a bunch of solar installers, drivers, things like that. If you have an understanding of that kind of staffing mix, because, you know, folks are always looking for work, so.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bo. We do have our execution manager, or construction manager on the phone, and so I think he would be best equipped to answer that. JT, are you available? Nope. Yes. James. Is James Trujillo? Okay.
Mr. Trujillo, can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, well, he may not be on the line.
Andrew and Brad, this is Jeff here. He's not on the line, so just confirming.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, it is tough to give a whole lot of specifics at this point, but here's what I can say based upon experience with prior projects. As you mentioned, the potential peak number of employees for a site of this size, it's a large group of people. And when you think about the EPC firm that's going to build and staff this project, what are they interested in? They are a for-profit business. And there are an incredible number, a large percentage of those jobs that we talk about are good quality jobs that don't require 20 years of experience or specific familiarity with that company. So a big portion of the jobs that are on site during these sorts of facilities are sourced locally, because bringing a whole crew that size from out of state, now you've got per diem, you got to house them somewhere, you got to pay for that, and that all gets rolled into the pricing. I would say if we look pretty broadly around projects like that that are currently being built in the desert Southwest, I'll include Colorado in there. Either A, it is a local contractor, and there are a couple based in Albuquerque that would be killer for a project like this. But even if it was a contractor from out of state, for the most part, just speaking very generally here, they are bringing in a core project management team and some site supervisors and trying to find as much local labor as they can.
Got it. That really helps, because there's a concern that folks just drop in, do the work, and fly away, and there's no local benefit. So appreciate it. Any other questions of commissioners? Commissioner La Cruz Crawford.
Yeah, how you doing? So thank you for your presentation, and I also want to just, respect the fact that I've been hearing that obviously you've been working a lot with other stakeholders, et cetera. There's been a couple people that have presented as well and said that approve of the fact that you've been working hand in hand with them to kind of develop everything. So I really appreciate that, and that kind of goes hand in hand with what I'm just generally, I've got some general questions or whatnot, but remind me again how many years of operation your business has been in operation?
Linea, our company?
Yeah, your company.
We were founded in 2022.
2022. So you're only like 4 years.
Correct. And I think, but a lot of our executive team came from other renewable energy developers. And so our CEO, Cassie DeLine, she was formerly at Cypress Creek, which is a large utility scale solar developer, and started her own company. And so company is recently founded, but we have, through our executive team, built a significant amount of projects and currently have 7 gigawatts of pipeline in development across the U.S. So mobilized pretty quickly.
That was my other question, because I remember you mentioned there's at least one other kind of larger project that you've done. Scale-wise, how many other projects of similar scale have you completed?
So right now, I forget the megawatts. I think it's 80 megawatts for Pineview. That's in Georgia, and that's a solar facility. We are currently just kicking off construction for a facility in Texas that is approximately twice the size of this project. And then for other projects, I think there's another one. I forget what water. Yeah. There's other projects that are about 125. And so they're early in construction. These projects have mostly been similar to the project that we took over, acquired, as projects that we site and develop ourselves take about 8 years to develop. And most of the projects that we have under construction, we took over in a late stage of development.
just out of curiosity, this is like kind of leading towards all these questions, but as a young company, et cetera, right? Like if you get theoretically this gets approved, et cetera, you're going under construction, everything's going, et cetera, and then you as a company happens to go bankrupt or something, right? What happens, I guess, in that kind of situation with respect to, this solar facility and the fact that it's been approved, by the state and so on?
Yeah.
The county,
So I would say that outcome is unlikely, but in the event, keep in mind, these facilities are financed, right? You bring in tax investor financing and debt financing typically, and when you have paid the money to build these facilities, think then, how do these facilities earn revenue? They earn revenue through a long-term power purchase agreement with a utility off-taker typically. And so what you have is a fixed asset that has a long-term upcoming revenue stream. And in the event that a project operator runs into financial trouble themselves, that asset is not going to go away. Someone's going to be very interested in stepping into it, continuing to operate it, and continuing to collect that long-term revenue stream.
Gotcha, thank you. Can you just go through or explain the decommissioning process for me? Because I guess overall, I'm just kind of thinking, right?
Yeah.
These solar facilities go into place, they get installed, et cetera. They ran for X amount of years, and then of course you've got all these solar panels and batteries, et cetera, and you got to take it all apart, put it all away, get rid of it, et cetera. So just kind of generally give me a good explanation of
Absolutely
what happens.
Yeah, at a very high level, something Andrew mentioned during the the presentation earlier is that when you think about a solar facility, at the end of the day, they can be large, but they're actually very simple. There are very few components that make these things up. There's just a lot of them, rinsed and repeat. And one of the nice things about solar is that it has such a long, useful life that even some of the earlier, large solar projects that were installed, we're not to a point where any of these are being decommissioned yet. They're just nowhere close to the end of the useful life. So there haven't been, many, if any, that I'm aware of, examples of, commercial scale solar facilities being decommissioned yet. They've got decades to go. But in a very high level, and I think this is represented in the draft decommissioning plan, it's construction in reverse. The notion is, with a few exceptions, that when decommissioning is done and site restoration is complete, the property is essentially going to look and feel very similar to before construction began in the first place. You're beginning to physically dismantle and remove from the site to either proper disposal location or proper recycling location, all above ground infrastructure. The solar panels, the racks, the support posts, the inverter pads, the battery containers, et cetera. Some infrastructure is below grade. The support posts go down several feet. There's also underground wiring and conduit. And standard practice, typical decommissioning strategies is for that infrastructure to be removed to a depth of 3 feet. And then other elements, and I would list gravel access roads, perimeter fencing, and the O&M building. If they potentially are of some use to the next iteration of the property, whatever is coming next, if those elements could be still useful, those might not necessarily be removed.
Gotcha, that makes sense.
I was going to introduce, we have our consultant from Jensen Hughes, who prepared our fire studies, but he also would like to make some comments here. So,
yes, ma'am. My name is David Tomachek. My business address is 10170 Church Ranch Road, Unit 200, Westminster, Colorado 80021. To your question, it's actually a very good question, pertinent. There are dozens of large-scale solar projects that have been abandoned all over the country. And those come from an era when large corporations were attempting to get into the solar business early. So you'll see names like Sun Edison, GE Westinghouse, and things like that. Those companies actually had a financial incentive just to abandon them and move on. Companies like Linea and others in the modern age understand that there's a recycle component to this, that, to your question, if they went bankrupt, the first thing they do is go remove all the equipment, sell it off to other vendors, or get into the recycled portion of it to reclaim as much money back out of the system, because these types of facilities are on the increase all the time. So there's actually a financial incentive now to return to a greenfield than it is to just leave it there.
Thank you, yeah. Could you speak a little bit, again, this is more not planning and zoning related, but more just curiosity. You know, you guys are here, you guys are knowledgeable, et cetera. Just as far as the efficiency of some of these PV panels, because obviously the technology has gotten better over the years, much better. And also just as far as like your own, how do you choose which panels you use? And I don't know, obviously you haven't really necessarily figured all this out yet, right? You're only at 30% of your construction docs, so nothing specified, et cetera. But how do you go about determining, what is the efficiency of the panels that you're going to use, and so on and so forth? Same thing with the batteries, and just give me just kind of a general breakdown. Efficiency, lifespan stuff.
We'll let our engineer on the call, Jeff Weber, who presented the battery section. He'll do fantastic here, so we'll have him take that.
Jeff, are you still on the line? I think we might have lost Jeff. David, please.
So there's a business incentive to use technologies that are as efficient as possible. And solar panels have gotten significantly more efficient over the decades. And there's actually a push to make them even more efficient in the modern age. So back in the 1970s, they were only 7 to 11% efficient, and now those numbers are up over to 60 to 70% efficient, and they're pushing into the 80 and 90% efficient using the newer technologies and production capabilities. Same thing happens with batteries, but there's a balance between safety and energy density. So lithium ion with the nickel cobalt tends to be the most energy dense at current, but there are significant safety issues with it. So by using the iron phosphate type, the efficiency is actually a little bit lower, but the potential for thermal runaway, impact to the batteries and so on over long periods of time is much, much less. So you actually get a safer condition at the expense of efficiency, but the cycling over the long term is better with the iron phosphate battery. So even though initially you would get better with the nickel cobalt type technology, you're getting a better long term with iron phosphate. So there's actually 2 or 3 more technologies that are coming on in probably the next 3 to 5 years that may fall in the span that improve on both ends of that. They're more efficient and they're safer. So there's a benefit to sort of hitting right where these guys are right now.
Follow up between the 2 types of batteries and the LFP that you propose, right?
Yep.
As far as how does that battery get disposed? Could you explain a little bit? Like, is there a hazardous component to it, et cetera, versus the nickel that you're not proposing to use?
So
right? How does it get disposed?
Both are.
I know there's a presentation you guys mentioned. You guys are estimating, operational for 40 years. But your presentation showed like a 25-year lifespan for batteries. So obviously you're going to be replacing these batteries throughout the lifespan of those facility.
All batteries are hazardous, from the AA batteries that you've got in your remote control at home all the way up. The more modern types, starting with NiCad batteries, if you remember those from the 1990s and early 2000s, they all require recycling instead of putting into landfills. And most of the folks who are going to be doing recycling will take all the various types of batteries, just like everybody will take just about any type of electronics that you have now, just like those are reclaiming gold and silver and lead and all sorts of other things that are in your iPhone and your computer. The same folks will be reclaiming the lithium, the cobalt, everything else, the various materials out of the electronics from those batteries.
Gotcha. And then the follow-up question on that with respect to the LFP batteries and the BESS facility, how many, because I saw your graph, right, that you showed, okay, you know, back when you were using these different types of batteries, there were more accidents that were occurring, right? And now there's kind of this graph that there's less accidents occurring now.
Yep.
But can you give us some numbers as far as how often do you see incidents, thermal runaways happening? Do you have numbers as far as what happens with BES facilities that employ LFP batteries?
Yep. So there's an international group that's putting together the statistics for the graph that you guys saw in your packet. Their reporting pulls in from all over the world, and they're finding somewhere between 15 and 20 incidents every year of all types of battery systems, from UPSs that would normally support buildings all the way up to the BESS systems that are there. That's the span they look at. They exclude EVs and other things that are more prone to damage. So since about 2018, that number per year has leveled off, and the iron phosphates make up about 6 to 7 out of that 15 to 20. So the number in an absolute sense is starting to plateau off in that range, but the number of units is going up significantly, almost asymptotically over the last couple of years. So the number per population of units as a whole is getting smaller and smaller all the time. So when you look at it from a probabilistic risk standpoint, you're improving the risk profile as the new technologies come on.
All right, thank you. And now I had a question for the fire marshal here and stuff, which is just the same thing, just curious as far as like how many, you know, of these incidents, these thermal runaways has the county had to deal, or has the state in New Mexico had to deal with in, you know, in
Sure.
I guess, recent history or whatnot, you know? Like,
Chairable, Planning Commissioner La Cruz Crawford, to my knowledge, there has not been an incident in New Mexico to date. I could be wrong, but none that I'm aware.
I would support that. I'm helping another organization do one down in Roswell, New Mexico. We had exactly the same question. We went through all the statistics we could find, news reports, so on and so forth. Not only has there not yet been one in New Mexico, there's not been one in Colorado. There's been 2, as far as I remember, in Arizona. One that's fairly famous for a death incident due to an older style of design that we don't do anymore. I think there's been one in Nevada, to sort of give you the 4-state region around. So there's been a few over a 12-year period.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Appreciate it. I just have 2 last comments. I guess this is more like staff comments and maybe recommendations with a couple just things that I'm hearing. So one was with respect to the MV5. I believe that we have in the conditions of approval, it does mention that the where the hell is it? Reimbursement of some kind. Where is it? I forget where. I knew I saw it somewhere, right? But there was a reimbursement, I believe, condition, right, to be reimbursed, that the county would be reimbursed for the MV5 and these other reports that were conducted. Is that correct?
Yeah, so in our ordinance fee, it does list that the fee up to $10,000 would have to be reimbursed back to Santa Fe County.
Okay. My follow-up question was that, because I know it mentions on there, and I found it, that it was, to be reimbursed for third-party reviews conducted by MV5 and Clear Area pertaining to the submittal prior to the recordation of the CUP. I believe there is a mention that the MV5 may also be contracted to continue future scope, right, to continue reviewing the process. Is that something that we can request to be reimbursed as well as a matter of condition? I just want to make sure that that.
So their
conditional,
current.
What it covers.
Yeah, so Chair Bo, Commissioner Member La Cruz Crawford, so their current scope of work takes them, beyond, so the project, like everyone else has said, it doesn't stop, at the CUP process or the CUP approval or it continues to go to the CUP site development plan, and so everything then gets onto paper. Those conditions, need to get reviewed, so their scope of work takes them beyond these meetings and, into that step there. And so we don't foresee having to, procure them and their services again to prolong this with this project. We would have to do it for a separate project, for new projects that came along, either them or a different company. But for this particular project, they're pretty much locked in for the review to continue working on this project.
Great, so the provision that we have in the language that we have in the conditions of approval right now that was recommended covers, the reimbursement for all work by MV5 up until final approval.
Could I just point out, so CUP recordation is after issuance of development permit. Is that a way to
No,
tie
so
those together?
So there's the CUP approval, which would then go on to a final order, come back to you all for approval, recorded down in the clerk's office. During that time, we would work with the applicant on the CUP site development plan. So it's a site development plan of the entire parcel. Conditions of approval, more design work, to be updated and whatnot. Once that document is ready to go, that document will go down to the clerk's office. It goes on to Mylar. We'll also have a couple of Xerox copies. That will go down to the clerk's office to get recorded. Once it's signed off by the fire marshal, land use administrator, rule addressing. And then once that document is recorded, then the applicant can start working on their construction documents or the development permit documents. But again, the reimbursement of the third-party review is only up to $10,000 that the applicant is responsible for.
Okay, it's only up to 10,000 anyway. I guess I just wanted to make sure that
Yep.
the language on here doesn't just cover these preliminary reports for this meeting, right? But any other subsequent reports that might occur. But like you're saying, I guess regardless, it's only up to a $10,000.
Correct.
Limit. Okay. The last little comment I had was just with respect to the 4 acre-feet of water that's been, mentioned, et cetera, and that I believe is also in our conditions of approval, but that it's specifically, I think that the change, and it's not here on the doc that we're looking at, but I believe in the one you presented, it has some language saying that 4 acre-feet of water, something about the fact that that they may be allowed to drill another well, but there'd be a max of 4 acre-feet of water, right? I'm just curious if we want to make sure that is it possible to add to our condition that same 4 acre-feet of water is towards a new well, or even if they're using that existing well, if they get approved to use that existing well? I just want to clarify that language.
Definitely. Well, so I conferred with Boot Pierce from Geoscience, Glorieta Geoscience. And so if they were to have the existing well and then drill a new well, and they had 2 acre-feet, from one well, and then 2 acre-feet, it's a 4 acre-feet total. There's not a 4 acre-feet for one well and 4 acre-feet for another. It's total for the parcel for the project.
Gotcha. So and that's the way, I just want to make sure the language is written such in the condition of approval that it's just 4 acre-feet flat out, whether it's half and half, or whether it's all through the existing, or whether all through the new, et cetera.
Definitely. Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions of staff or applicant by commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do. Thank you.
I'd like to go into executive session for the purpose of deliberating on this application pursuant to section 10-15-1.h.3 of the New Mexico Open Meeting Act, and I think a roll call vote is needed to do so if commission members desire.
Thank you. Do we have a second for that motion?
Yes.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second. Could we get a roll call vote?
Aye. Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Okay, so we'll find a room and talk about what we want to do and come back. Thank you very much. Thank you all. May I get a motion to come out of exec?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to come out of executive session. The motion should clarify that only the deliberations identified in the prior motion were discussed, nothing more.
Thank you. We have a motion to leave executive session. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we roll call can we all come out of executive session? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, we're back. Thank you all. I'd like to move that I'm sorry, my papers got shuffled. I'd like to move that for case number 25-5180 and 25-5190 be approved, subject to the conditions imposed by staff, plus an additional condition that all water used during the construction phase of this project for dust suppression must be reclaimed water. May I get a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. May I get a roll call?
Yes. It's a long name.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Thank you all very much. We appreciate your application. Those who may still be online, we appreciate your participation, and thanks to staff for your work on this. Next on the agenda, we have matters of public concern. Is there anyone from the public who is concerned, who has matters? Hearing none. Matters from the commission. Do any commissioners have anything? Matters from the attorney?
Nothing to bring up tonight, thank you.
Thank you. And matters from staff?
Nothing from staff.
Thank you very much. Our next regular meeting is May 21st, and may I get a motion to adjourn?
I so move motion to adjourn.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.